7th bathroom. Then I left in my laser car. You can ride my purebred stallion. If you hit my mode, you've gone too far. Take an upside down left at the MC Escher stairs. Okay, we're almost halfway there. Can't stop, won't stop, dancing deep into the night. It's a magic party. I bought a yacht just for tonight. And if you're feeling naughty, we'll smoke champagne by candlelight. It's a magic party. Now let's watch two pandas fight. It's last week all over again. Let's get the hell out of here! Can't stop, won't stop, non-stop, running for my life. It's a magic party. I pray to God we all survive. And if you're feeling saucy, we'll grab some spears by candlelight. It's a magic party. We're dropping pandas left to right. Send yourself! Die! Party's awesome! So many pandas going crazy!
Are are we live? Yes, we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very exciting Sunday stream. Something I have not done in a fucking while. And do you know what that means, y'all? That I've done now a stream this week on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If I do one more, that's 5 straight days of streaming. I might have to come with a Monday stream for you guys. But before we get into all of that, I have a simple question for all of y'all. How have your weeks been? How are your weekends shaping up to end? And most importantly, how are you all doing today? Because today we are doing a special event stream. That's right, we are getting another collab with one of my very good IRL friends, Richard. But today, instead of playing Portal 2, both of us proving how idiotic and bad at puzzles we are, Richard has invited me to something he's wanted to do for a while, which is teach me the lore of Metal Gear. Apparently, the Metal Gear lore is particularly interesting and challenging to get into. So we decided to make a bit of a game about it. A drinking game. A drinking game with rules. And I'm very excited for each and every one of you to come out here and watch me slowly die. But how are you all doing? How is everybody? Hi, Darnez. Hi, Crazy. Sorry you're still stuck at work. And hi, Zelix. How you doing, my guy? Sunday? I thought we were free. We're never free, Zelix. We are dedicated to the mines forever. It's fucking insane. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's fucking insane. But you know what? I think I have someone trapped somewhere. So how about I hippity hop on over and we will see if Richard is up and ready to go. I see his stream is live. Richard, are
It's
you?
me.
Oh, there he is. Hi. How you
It's
doing?
me.
Ooh, you're coming in a
I'm
tiny bit fuzzy. Is the right mic getting
getting a
picked up?
fuzzy. It should be. Let me double check.
Okay.
I haven't changed the mic.
Okay.
How's that sound? Is that better?
Maybe a little bit, but not
Maybe a little
super
bit.
nose. But chat, what do you guys think?
Do I sound poopy, guys?
All right, that one got a pretty hefty buzz in it. To be fair.
Okay. Let me try.
Let's see if I can't
Right.
give them a better.
Is that any better?
No, actually, not really. It's a little quiet. All right, well, I can at least fix the quiet of it.
How's that?
Ah, okay. Not at the same time I was fixing the quiet. That came in a lot louder.
How's this? Does it sound good?
Oh, yeah, that's a bit better. Let me
Okay.
balance that volume a little bit. But hi, Richard. How you doing today?
Hi. I'm good. I'm tired.
Oh.
I just had a long work week and I basically got home from work and passed the fuck out. So I'm warning chat ahead of time. This is going to be a lot more improv than I originally anticipated.
Oh
We have
no.
we have some slides, but this is going to be a lot of off the top of my head. I do have the wiki pulled up off screen to double check. But before we get started, let's get a drink real quick. I'm gonna grab the materials.
All right. Well, I've got my own stuff here. Before today's stream in preparation, I went up and picked up a couple of bottles of one of my new favored drinks as of a couple years ago. So I've got some soju here, strawberry flavored. What are you looking at, Richard?
I'm getting some screwdrivers.
Oh, screwdrivers. Oh, goddamn.
Vodka and orange juice. Simple, elegant.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I guess while you're off screen getting your resources. So Richard, what inspired you to want to do this particular stream?
Yeah, no, great question. Great question. So, there's a real answer and the media friendly answer. And I'm going to do the media friendly answer first.
Okay, okay.
All right. So, the media friendly answer is that I'm a big fan of the show Drunk History. That was a big
Ooh.
inspiration of this.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of that show. I think it's hilarious. I enjoy it very much, and I've always been a big fan of improv, and you and I have done a lot of improv in the past, when our time in theater. So I thought it would be a good flex of both of our skills. But also,
Yeah.
the real answer is that I have no one to talk to about this, and now you're being held hostage.
Are you telling me Metal
So
Gear is like some sort of fixation for you, or is
many
it
things are.
many
Many things
things?
are fixed. I have a lot of things that I unhealthily dive into
Okay.
from Lord of the Rings to Metal Gear. But Metal Gear is especially has a soft place in my heart because I played the first two Solid games as a kid, when my parents weren't paying attention on my dad's PlayStation, and then I fell off and then got reintroduced to it back in high school and fell in love with it because it is the epitome of it's like a soap opera. It's so melodramatic
Okay.
and so crazy, but it's also aware of it. Like it's so it comes so dangerously close to of writing that line of up its own ass and huffing its own farts while not.
Okay.
If that
Well,
makes sense.
yeah. Well, as many people in my chat know, maybe people familiar with you, you do have a YouTube channel. You do make videos relating to different bits of video game lore, going over their stories, yada yada, what have you. Do you have any Metal Gear videos out?
Not yet. I am currently in the process of doing so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is there a
Wait,
way?
you're not telling me like I'm practice right now. I'm not like your early prototype to a video you're doing, are you? You're not gonna like be
Well,
cutting in little bits of this where you're like, and this is the part of the lore that can get a little weird, and then cut over to like a little short of me screaming at you, are you?
you caught me. That's
Oh
exactly
my
what this
god.
is. That's exactly what this is. But the other thing too is that I just
I'm a
genuinely
reaction farm.
Metal Gear is something that just cannot be done alone. Like it should be shared. It should be participated in
Okay.
as a community
All right. All
because
right.
it's just so crazy. Is there a way I know I'm sorry. Is there a way that we can share chat so I can see your chat? Because I don't want to accidentally
Oh,
ignore anybody.
sure. Yeah. One sec. I can. All right. You're gonna
Give me a
go. You're
second.
gonna go dark for a second then on my side, but I can get
That's
over to
fine. That's fine.
Twitch. Let's
And
see
chat,
here.
well, I'll explain the rules as we play, and feel free to drink along. In fact, you are encouraged to.
Let's see here. Twitch. Let's see, share chat. I just gotta remember where to actually click to get this started. Again, host might start stream together session either via the stream manager or through the knock on collaboration button. As long as you are live, I should be able to knock.
Accept.
Okay, we'll do all that. We'll click the start sharing chat button and chat say hi to Richard. Hi, hi.
Hi, guys. Nice to see you all again. All right. So, do you have your drinks?
I got my drinks. I've got a bottle popped open right now. I'm gonna take a little bit of a sip to
I'm taking a little sippy as well.
wet the palate.
Yeah,
Mm.
a little inaugural sip.
Yeah, and now it's the only time we can really drink freely, right? Because we haven't established the rules yet. So we're free to do
Yes.
whatever we want for now.
Yes, and speaking of, so chat, I encourage you. I'm gonna close the door because the dog upstairs is screaming.
Oh no, what's wrong with Puppy?
Oh, it's just
Pupper.
it's just my girlfriend's parrot's dog. He gets anxiety and everyone's out of the house right now. I'm taking him for a walk later. We're gonna take a break in the middle of the stream so I can give him a walk. But
Oh, okay, okay.
All right. So, chat, you are all invited to please get an alcoholic beverage or not if you are abstaining, but you are encouraged to play along with us as we go through the lore. A lot of this, there's going to be like one part of this slideshow that's super well prepared and the rest not. And that's on me. We're going to be improving a lot of this. Let's go over the rules if we're ready.
For people in my stream, you'll see I got some rules above my head. The text I don't think quite fits quite right, but that should be a good quick reference if you need it.
All right, guys. So here are the rules. What are the rules? So there's 2 sections, and I think I'm covering one of them, but I'll read it out loud so people can hear. But there are 2 unavoidable 2 unavoidable rules that we're going to have to get through. One is that anytime I name a character from the lore who has an extremely stupid name, take a drink. We're both going to drink on that. That's unavoidable. It's going to happen.
Where draws the line between stupid and extremely stupid is my question. So I know a few like Kojima names that run around. Some of the more famous ones coming from, I think, his famous walking simulator, Death Stranding.
Yeah.
But
No.
like, for example, I mean, one of the main characters of this, right, is Solid Snake, which I'd say isn't a great name, but
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I say that for this one, there will be some that are just extremely obviously we're taking a drink on it.
okay.
And if I list a name and you or chat thinks that it is dumb enough that we should be taking a drink, because some of these are code names and some of these are people's actual names.
All right.
So I will leave it up to, chat and you to put it up to whether or not they want to drink on that one. But some of these will be pretty fucking obvious when we're drinking on.
Okay.
The other unavoidable one is that when we finish the plot of a game, finish your drink.
Okay. How many games are we going through?
7.
I don't quite have that many bottles on me, Richard.
Okay, then for you, it'll just be take a shot because this is like 1.5 shots of vodka and a glass of orange juice, so I can finish that.
All right, I'm gonna just add something into my top corner real quick. Call this a drink counter, and I'll do my best to keep that updated for you. Well, maybe I'll put it here actually. Yeah, right
Sure.
there seems nice.
Now, here are the list of what I like to call special punishments.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're going through Metal Gear 1 and 2, and then 1 through 5, and Peace Walker.
Okay.
So actually, we're doing 8 games. I miscounted because I'm dumb.
We're doing 8 games. All right.
There's another game in there, but the canonicity on that I dispute, and so I'm not touching it. So here's what I like to call special punishments. Anytime Eric gets verbally mad, confused, or exasperated. Yeah, we're starting off the less insane ones. Like we're going to go through the first 2 are going to be really easy, and then we're going to get through the beast that is Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take a little break after that.
Okay.
And then we'll get into the rest of the games afterwards. Okay, so anytime Eric gets verbally mad, confused, or exasperated, he has to drink. Anytime I say the phrase, "it turns out," I take a drink. Anytime Eric correctly spots a mistake that I make, I take a drink. If at any point I succumb to my desires and do an impression, I take a drink.
All right.
Anytime the stream drops, we both take a drink. Anytime Eric goes, "let me see if I understand," and then proceeds to fully restate what I just told him, he takes a drink. And if I make a mistake and you notice and call me out and you're correct about it, then we both have to take a drink.
For people
that
who
make
would
sense,
like,
David?
yeah, for people who would like some context on this last one, this is me seeing if I could spot anything that sounds so wrong that I could point it out to Richard during the explanation. My full exposure to Metal Gear lore boils down to Aaron Hansen animations whether that was the Metal Gear Awesome series or the Starbomb song Games with Simple Plots.
Yeah.
And I once had a 1 hour test run on one of the Metal Gear games, I think, where you play a character who wakes up naked in like a hospital or something and has to break out with another dude. And that
Yeah,
is the
that would be-
extent of what happened in my testing of that game.
Yeah, that would be Phantom Pain #5. Sour Cake, you're the Robot Twink shows up in Metal Gear 4 and then he has his own spin-off franchise.
Okay. All right. So we kind of understand what games we'll be looking at. We see some of the rules. If I could just have then, before we get into the real depths, for me to like
Yeah.
dip my toe in, get myself a little ready for what's to come. You said there's a game that you're refusing to do.
Yeah, it's called like fuck, what is it called? It was for like the PSP or PS Vita, and it was like Metal Gear like Tactical, something like that.
Okay.
And it kind of takes place like around the time that Peace Walker does, but it's very much kind of considered non-canon by most of the MGS community. And to be honest, I
Okay.
never played it because I never owned a PS Vita or PSP.
So wait, is there a real reason we're not doing this one, or you just don't personally like the game?
The real reason is that it's like not considered canon, at least by Metal Gear fan standards.
Okay, so the fans don't consider it canon, but we have no.
Nor does Kojima, I don't think. I don't think like it's considered canon by any means, like by any metric.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Because
And then
the events of it are not referenced anywhere else.
Okay, and then also without getting into like the game we will be covering, who is Robot Twink, and what's the name of his spin-off series?
That would be Raiden, and his games are Metal Gear Rising and Revengeance.
Okay.
They're
So-
his own. They're his own games.
So do you know what happened there? Was there just like a really strong reaction to the characters? They decided to do a spin-off, or
I believe Kojima was not involved in those ones. I might be
Okay.
wrong. I don't really. Here's the thing: I've never played Revengeance or Rising. I meant to. I never did. But I do know that they take place pretty much after what I wanted. Because here's the thing:
yeah.
there are characters who are wacky with weird powers in this game. Raiden takes it to a whole nother level, and so does his game spin-offs. Like they are so a whole new level of wacky that I don't consider them not canon, but I do consider them tangent. I consider them enough of an offshoot that I don't care. Yeah, the music does slap. I completely agree. Like it looks fun, and
Okay.
I like everything I've seen about it. But it takes place after what I consider the main plot, which is everything that has to do with Big Boss and Solid Snake.
Okay, so essentially what we are following, like without even saying the games, is we're following the story of Big Boss
Yes,
and Solid Snake.
correct.
Okay. Well then.
Those are the two characters who are the fulcrum point. This is the center of the whole story.
Well then, I guess only last like setup question I have is, what is the world of Metal Gear before we hop into it with the first game? Are we on Earth or?
Yes. So the plot of Metal Gear takes place in our world plus extra.
Our world
So-
plus extra.
So imagine like literally our world exactly how it is, except mechas exist and there's some extra sci-fi bullshit.
Okay.
But like everything history-wise, like World War II, Soviet Union, all that shit still happens.
So did we have mechs in World War II or
No.
no? Okay. So
No,
we're
the mech-
jumping into world history and we're
Yeah,
adding some tech. Okay.
the plot technically starts in World War II and ends in like 2014, 2015, and where things kind of go into a new alternate history timeline is in the 1990s, 1980s.
No, there was one in the Cold War.
Yeah, and we'll get to that.
Well, yeah, you said World War One through
The
2014,
story,
right?
yeah, the story starts in World War II, but we don't get the first mech until the Cold War.
Okay. All right, I guess.
Portable Ops. That's it. Portable Ops is the game I was thinking of. Thank you, V. Yes.
I guess I'm hopefully warmed up and won't start getting myself into trouble right away because you said the first game. Wait, you kind of went back and forth on this. Is the first game gonna be the most difficult one or the easiest one?
I personally think that the most difficult game that we're going to get through is Metal Gear Solid 1. Because
Solid one.
Solid 1. Because Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 are their own thing. Metal Gear Solid 1, I feel like personally that the plots of the rest of the games kind of bend over backwards to make that fit.
All right.
or to expand upon what's introduced in that game.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you feel I should know before we start, or are we ready to get into it?
Well, I wanted to open it up to chat. If chat thinks that there's any rules we should add to the game before we start, I'm open to suggestions.
And before any of you make the suggestion, I checked TOS before today. We are not allowed to make anything like subs or bits or gifts or any of that result in a drink. That is specifically prohibited by Twitch's TOS.
Yeah, none of that. I didn't even think of that. Good looking out.
You know, they're like, yeah, you're allowed to drink. You just can't put yourself in a situation where you're causing obvious harm to yourself. And you can't create reward systems for drinking, such as drinking in exchange for gifted subs. I'm like, all right, cool. Technically, there are no rules about us forcing chat to drink, which is interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Revengeance is the last one chronologically, and it's set in 2018. Okay, yeah, so I'm pretty sure 4 takes place in like 2014, something like that, and we'll double check because I have the wiki open, but we're not touching Revengeance. That's not part of this. We're ending at 4.
All right, then I have an important last question. Is Revengeance a word?
No clue.
Uh-huh.
You're the English teacher. You tell me.
I am not an English teacher. I will stab you with a bottle cap. You can't stop me.
I won't stop you. Joke's on you. I'm into that.
Ooh. Nano machine, son. I don't think we're not gonna hit Armstrong, are we?
No.
Oh.
Armstrong is in Revengeance or Rising, whichever one. I don't know. But he's not in this.
I've got red lines underlit, so at least my spell checker says it's not a word. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate you, V.
All right, you ready?
I suppose I'm ready.
All right. So, to clarify for everyone one last time, what order are we discussing the games? We are going in order of the game's release. This is going to give Eric and any viewers who are unfamiliar with the story the authentic Metal Gear experience, while also being much more confusing and difficult to digest.
Really? You find that to be the most difficult way to digest it?
It's much easier, in my opinion, to go through the games chronologically.
Hi, Queenie. All right.
Hello,
no,
Queenie.
have I ever told you what one of my favorite things with long-ass series are? Especially ones that have prequels and sequels. So I did this to myself accidentally once, and I liked it so much that I love whenever I have the opportunity to do it. Have you heard of the anime series Fate?
Yes.
So Fate has a few different series that have come out for it. Obviously, there's for like based on the original game, there's like the 3 endings, which is Fate, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, and Fate Heaven's Field, I think are the names. And all 3 of those have their own shows. However, after the first Fate came out, they decided to make a prequel anime called Fate Zero. I knew none of this at the time that I decided to give watching Fate a try. So I just looked up what's the first Fate, and I ended up watching Fate Zero before watching any of the other Fate games. So I watched a prequel series. What was interesting was watching the prequel first. There were moments where I'm like, why does it feel like they're referencing something I'm supposed to understand right now? Which was very goofy, but I found it to be a very interesting experience to watch a literal prequel before getting into the actual show. And now that's
right?
just
It's like
something
watching.
I love doing whenever I get the opportunity now.
It's like if your first introduction to Star Wars was the prequels.
God, I wish I could know. I wish I could know what that like experience, because that changes your experience 100%. Because like
Yeah.
I don't know how, why, where I absorbed it or whatever. The first time you watched Star Wars, did you already know Darth Vader was Luke's father?
No, the first time I watched it was my dad
Really?
introduced it when I was about 5 years old on VHS.
All right, because I know like my dad introduced me to Star Wars, but I also know that I somehow at the time did already know that Darth Vader was Luke's father, so there was like no real impact to that scene for me, you know? But I don't know where I
Yeah.
got that from. I have no fucking clue. I feel like that must have been just,
No,
cultural
yeah.
osmosis.
Yeah, no, I was lucky in that like by the time I was like paying attention to my surroundings, I feel like my dad did it on purpose. He's like, ah, yes, it's gained sentience. Show it the Star Wars.
Better than my first experience with the Fate series, I ended up watching the Magical Girl spinoff with one of my friends. I was confused as hell. Well, I don't know. Thank goodness you didn't get, what was it, Apocrypha? Because there's also one Fate show that was about like a war where instead of 7 people fighting, they had 2 teams of 7 people fighting.
Yeah, see, now that's the one I watched. Which one
Oh
was the one with
no!
Bluebeard?
Wait! That was
But
the
which one was the one
one.
with which one was the one with Bluebeard who murdered all the children? That was the one I watched.
Bluebeard. No, that's not the one that was 7-on-7. The one that was 7-on-7
Uh,
famously has a character that is a child that runs around in like a bikini essentially the whole time. But but
mm,
but but they're not actually a kid. All of them are representation of historical characters. And that particular
uh-huh.
assassin wasn't a representative of a kid. They were representative of all of the children who died during the Industrial Revolution in Victorian England, particularly those around the time period of Jack the Ripper being around.
Oh,
And
my
the
fucking
character
god.
was Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, my
But it
fucking god.
wasn't the
Okay.
victims of Jack the Ripper. It was the kids who died vaguely around them.
It sounds like a fucking JoJo stand at that point, dude. I fucking can't.
There was also no. This one was great because it also had Frankenstein's monster was in it, and the most
Yeah.
famous one of the representations in that one was Astolfo, I believe, who was one of the knights of King Arthur's court, and is like specifically a dude who wears like a skirt and like just very feminine clothing the whole time,
Yeah.
and is kind of the go-to the femboy costume for people.
Okay.
That
All
series
right.
that series put a lot out there. Yeah, Fate's
Oh
weird.
my god. Yeah, Fate's weird. All right. So everyone's aware of the rules. Hopefully, everyone has gathered an alcoholic or not beverage and is ready to participate in the game.
Woo!
And with that, we begin. We start with the original Metal Gear.
All right. Now I do have one thing. I have a very
Yes.
important question. Do you
Sure.
have by any chance like an original trailer or commercial for this game? Because I'm personally a little interested in what would have been out there for like, because before a game pops off, like it's really interesting to see what the representation for it is. Like, because I don't know if you ever saw any of the OG like Halo trailers. Because if you remember the actual title of the first Halo game, it was Halo Combat Evolved. And that was a big thing in all the OG trailers for the game. Wasn't talking about a lot of the sci-fi world, the storytelling, a lot of that. It was a lot of going into the AI and what they were doing for this new combat game. So it was
Yeah.
very interesting how that turned into, everyone now
Yeah.
only thinks of Halo for the story and the world.
So I just checked. There's no trailer for it. We can look up trailers for the other. We can look up trailers for the other games because I know there are for the Solid series, but it doesn't look like there are any for the Metal Gear games.
So this was 100% one of those games that you just had to see the box art for.
Yes, because this came out in
Okay.
1987.
Cool. Did the last page have the box art, or was that just the logo?
That was just the logo.
Oh, okay.
We have some box art. We have some not box art. The next one's gonna have box art. But
All right, all right.
all right. So we're all starting with the foundation of a place called Outer Heaven in South Africa. Now, Outer Heaven uh, is a private, not private. It's a military nation, an independent nation that forms in the northern territories of South Africa by a bunch of soldiers from various militaries around the world, essentially founding their own nation.
Okay, 1980s South Africa. So this is during apartheid, yeah?
Yes,
Okay. Does that play
does not factor
into
into
Outer
this at
Heaven?
all. Does
No, it
not factor
doesn't.
into this at all. No.
Okay, so Outer Heaven fully ignores apartheid. Okay.
It fully
All right.
does, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm caught up. I'm caught up.
So, around the same time, Foxhound, which was a special forces black ops unit for the U.S. military, was founded by a man by the code name Big Boss, who is widely known as the world's best soldier. He's the most badass guy in the world. This is just accepted fact. Every
So-
soldier kind of looks up to Big Boss.
So what did Big Boss fight in?
Big Boss has fought in everything from he's basically had a hand in almost every conflict from the Korean War onwards.
Or okay. What
Yeah.
wait, what conflicts were in between the Korean War and the
Like-
1980s?
Basically every small skirmish and conflict that took place. Yeah, we'll get to that later.
We'll
Yeah.
get to that later. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Alright.
Big Boss has basically had his hand in almost every conflict, large or small, in the world since the Korean War.
Okay. Okay.
In 1995, the U.S. discovers that Outer Heaven is equipped with a TX-55 Metal Gear, and that is a big problem for them. And we'll explain that on the next page. But they discovered that they have a Metal Gear at this independent nation that just declared itself as a sovereign state,
Okay.
completely ruled over by military personnel from across the world. And now they have a Metal Gear, which is a big scary thing. So they send in Foxhound operative soldier by the name of Frank Yeager, aka Gray Fox, to investigate.
Okay.
However,
Can I just ask?
Yes.
So for us coming into the game, do we know what a Metal Gear is, or do we just have like an opening cutscene that's like they've got the Metal Gear? We need to.
We learn what a Metal Gear is in the game.
Okay. So we're just told they have a Metal Gear and we need to do something about it, or are we just told they
Yes.
have a weapon, we need to do something about it?
Yes, we learn what a Metal Gear is in the game.
Okay, and this is one of those Cold War mechs.
Yes.
Okay.
This
okay.
isn't, yeah. Unfortunately, Gray Fox is captured, and his last communications to his handlers is the two words Metal Gear, essentially confirming that they do have one, but then they lose contact with him. So Big Boss decides to send in rookie agent Solid Snake to follow him in. Now,
Okay. So we've had
what is a
Big
Metal
Boss.
Gear?
We've had Big Boss, Gray Fox, and Solid Snake. So I'm noticing a bit of a Warrior Cats pattern that's emerging here.
A bit, yes. Most people, a lot of people, at least in the first couple of games, have like adjective animal as their code name.
Okay. Okay.
This is a lot of them. So let's talk about what a Metal Gear is. A Metal Gear is essentially any bipedal mech that has the capacity to launch a nuclear weapon,
Okay.
which is why it's a big problem for a nation why Outer Heaven, a place completely dictated by military personnel that have declared a sovereign state, to have.
Okay. So is the problem that they have a Metal Gear, or is the problem they have a nuclear device?
Both.
But
The problem is that they have both a Metal Gear, nukes, and the capacity to launch nukes. And the logic of the games is that what makes a Metal Gear so dangerous is that they can launch a nuke from anywhere
Okay. Like
because it can basically, yeah, it's the same
like a
thing, yeah.
nuclear equipped
So
bomber
yes, but
or a
because
nuclear
it can,
equipped artillery device.
yes, and essentially, like the logic of the games is that most Metal Gears can hit any country in the world from where they're at. That's what makes them so scary. So a Metal Gear can
And
walk
that makes
around
them
on its own.
yeah, so that makes them
Yeah.
scarier than any other way we can launch an intercontinental ballistic missile.
Correct. Yes, it's
The
scary.
fact that
because it
they
can
walk makes them scarier than a nuclear bomber.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the fact that they essentially they're pitched as a walking tank that's able to single-handedly defend itself while launching nukes at any country in the world wherever it's at. So it's not just equipped with nukes, it's equipped with a whole bunch of weapons. It's a big weapons platform. Imagine like if a aircraft carrier had legs
Okay.
and could shoot nukes at people.
All right, so I can
That's
very
what it is.
easily imagine an aircraft carrier that can shoot nukes
Yes.
as
It's just a
as they
weapons
generally
platform.
can, I think.
It's a big weapons platform that can walk around and shoot nukes. And that's very scary in the context of the world of Metal Gear. Following me? Eric?
Hello?
You
Can
there?
you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. No, I think that's on my side. One second. Let me check my headphones.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yeah.
Do we
No,
count
it was my headphone. I'm
Do we
good.
count that as stream dropping? I am.
Nah,
Take a
stream was fine. My headphones kicked off.
drink. Okay, so are you following me so far? Does this make sense?
No, but I am following you so far.
Great. All right, we're moving on.
I'm sorry. Can I just say, why is it every goddamn bit of like sci-fi TV show, yada yada, blah blah blah, introduces mechs and they're like, well, they can walk around, and it's like, yeah, and planes can fly. Why
Yeah.
is the mech scarier than a plane to you guys? They can put a bunch of
Great.
weapons on it. Yeah, so can a plane. What's your fucking point?
Eric has gotten verbally exasperated and or annoyed. Take a drink.
Listen, but this is the outlet. I'll take the drink, but I'm gonna say this isn't a problem with Metal Gear. This is something with every fucking show that uses mechs. I think
Yeah.
they've all realized there's a reason nobody uses mechs, and they try to overcorrect for it in some way or another.
Oh man, you just wait. It's gonna get crazier. So,
Okay.
all right. So Snake is a rookie agent, and he is tasked with two main objectives, and
Yeah.
that is to pretty much destroy any and all threats, including the Metal Gear and rescuing Gray Fox.
Any threats.
With the whole, yeah, primarily what they're thinking of is the Metal Gear, but also just basically neutralizing Outer Heaven.
Okay. So are
with the help
they
of-
under orders from the US then to like neutralize their
also-
nuclear capabilities, or?
Yes, Foxhound is a U.S. branch. It is a branch of the U.S. military. It's a Black Ops Special Forces unit.
Okay.
So imagine like a bunch of costume freaks form their own SEAL Team 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Foxhound is. Snake, with the help of local resistance movements that were, not exactly happy with a bunch of armed individuals coming in and declaring that their territory is now a sovereign nation, Snake is able to rescue Gray Fox and a Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar, who was the creator of this specific Metal Gear. He then tells Snake how to destroy the Metal Gear, which is essentially, hey, take C4 and apply it to its legs in a different sequence of events, and that'll kill it. And Snake does so.
Blow up its
Then-
I'm sorry. So
Yes.
so just to make sure. So
Yes.
the orders are blow up its legs.
Yeah, take a drink.
I wonder why having legs is such a weakness for a war machine.
I'm taking a drink. Fun. Yeah, no. The way to destroy the first Metal Gear ever introduced is to put C4 on its legs in a specific order, and that kills it.
All right. Okay. Sure.
I'm skipping a lot of things because I'm only covering things that are going to be plot relevant to later games. So Snake
Okay.
then
Well, then,
learns.
can I ask? Is there anything
Yes.
from this game that you love that we have skipped over?
Not really. I don't play these games.
Okay. I thought you
Here's
said
the
you
thing.
played these as a kid and that you got
No, no,
back
no, no, no,
into
no. I
them.
played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2.
Okay.
Solid. All right, now here's the big thing. The big twist of the game is that this entire time, Snake is receiving orders from Big Boss as his commanding officer and his handler.
Okay.
But over the course of the game, Snake starts running into traps. Yeah, Metal Gear 1 is on the NES. It is old. Thank you, V. Snake is getting weird orders, getting conflicting orders. He's falling into traps and stuff. And then eventually he comes to meet the leader of Outer Heaven, and it's Big Boss. Big Boss is the leader of Outer Heaven. Big Boss proclaims that Outer Heaven is essentially a nation where soldiers do not have to fear being pawns of their governments, where they can have a place to exist, whether it's on the battlefield or at home. It's essentially like all soldiers are welcome, we'll take care of you. But also, to be taken seriously, we need to have nuclear weapons so that way nobody can mess with us.
Okay. So at
Snake
the risk of having to take a drink, if I'm right here. So
Yes.
to be clear,
Yes,
Big Boss runs Outer Heaven.
correct.
Big Boss also runs this military outfit under the supervision of the United States.
Correct.
Big Boss sends Gray Fox to investigate Outer Heaven.
Yes.
Gray Fox sends back a message to Big Boss that there's a Metal Gear. Big Boss then sends Solid Snake to disable the Metal Gear
Yes.
under the control of Outer Heaven, which is under Big Boss's control. Instead of not sending Gray Fox, not receiving the message, and not telling anyone else that Gray Fox found anything, or not sending someone to go and destroy this.
Yes, and the justification.
All right, I'll take a drink then. Fucking what?
And the justification for this is that he says, well, I didn't expect Fox or Snake to succeed.
Okay.
He sent them in knowingly hoping that they would just fail.
So his hope was he would send U.S. military into a country and that they would disappear and that the U.S. would say, well, that sucks. That was the plan?
Yes, that was the plan as we know it so far. That was the plan as we know it so far.
Okay. Cool.
So Snake. Yeah, no, V is right. Remember, this is one more simple. This is 1987. Kojima isn't cooking yet. Kojima isn't even ready to cook yet. He's prepping ingredients right now.
Okay, I'm just at the point where the Big Boss sounds like a fucking idiot.
You don't even know.
I don't even know how much of an idiot he is.
You just gotta wait. So,
Okay.
so Snake challenges Big Boss to a fight and defeats him. And in his final moments, Big Boss sets off the self-destruct sequence for the military base. Snake is able to escape with Gray Fox and Dr. Madnar and everyone else he was associated with. But just to be safe, the U.S. military, wanting to cover up any association between them and Outer Heaven, bombs the shit out of it, knowing that there are civilians and refugees in the area. And and after that, Snake retires, and that ends the first game. Take a drink.
All right. Do you have any criticisms of the story of the first game?
I'm not here to criticize, Eric. I'm here to tell a story.
I know, but we're kind of at an intermission point. After the first game, I'm wondering, what's your takeaway from the first game? How do you feel about it?
It's a 1987 NES game. A lot of games were lucky if they even had plots.
Okay, okay.
A lot of games were lucky if they even had plots, and this was Kojima's first time really making any kind of game after wanting to get into making movies.
Yeah,
No, I think he had a different game before this or at the same time. But anyways,
I think that is
this
a good
was this.
topic. Yeah, Kojima is a very weird figure. This is pretty
Yeah.
much his first, or at least first or second game, right?
Yes, yes, and it was very ambitious for the time. I would say I can't really criticize it all that much because it dared to try telling a story with very little, room for flexibility because of the limitations of his time.
She said Kojima wanted to make movies.
Yeah, I do believe he wanted to be at least a writer or director at one point for films, and then ended up stumbling into the video game franchise and just decided to stick there and make it his own.
So, is there anything you notice then that's different between how other games are written, how Kojima games are written? You think?
Kojima, oh, he's made movies. See, there's things I don't even know. But the thing with the big thing is that Kojima loves Metal Gear Solid 4 is basically 10 minutes of playing and then a movie. Yeah, no, that's entirely correct. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. You're skipping ahead. We'll get to that. But Kojima has a writing style where it's essentially a 20-minute monologue where then a character he's basically speaking to the player through the player character, but the player character chimes in by repeating right back to them. So it'd be like, yeah, and we were developing a Metal Gear, and then Snake will go, Metal Gear. I gotta pour another drink because I finished my drink. I just did an impression. Hold on.
Isn't Kojima's Oshi Pecora? I don't know who Pecora is. Sour, who is Pecora? Most likely? Alright, I'm gonna have to look this up then. Pecora. Wait, like the VTuber? Or wait, why is there a relationship between Kojima and Pecora? Death Stranding. Oh my god, he's got videos with her. What? Wait, what is this?
This doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, she's in Death Stranding too. I didn't know that.
Okay. So that's how you can recognize if Kojima has directed or written for something, because there'll be just like a 20 to 30-minute monologue, and then whoever's being monologue to will just like repeat back the last two words that the person said to them in a sentence. So the person will be like, it all started in Afghanistan in the Cold War. The Cold War.
Afghanistan. Yes. Cold War.
Yeah.
It's right behind me, isn't it?
All right, I just took a big gulp for 2 drinks for 2 impressions. All right, so so we've did you take another drink for finishing the game?
I did, yeah.
All right. We're on to Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. So, oils and nukes and hostages, oh my. In 1999, 4 years after the events of Metal Gear,
Okay.
Dr. Akio Marv invents Oilex, which essentially is a algae that can create a oil-like substance, and this is going to end the oil crisis in the world. It basically can turn matter into oil on its own.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, he gets kidnapped along with his formula for Oilex by a place called Zanzibar Land, which is an independent nation formed in Central Asia.
Wait, in Asia?
Central Asia. So think like the Afghanistan ish area.
Yeah, so nowhere near Zanzibar is what I'm.
Yeah, no, is Zanzibar a real place?
Yeah, Zanzibar is a real island nation. They grow
Well, no, but
cloves and.
no, it's not related to that place because this place is landlocked in Central Asia called Zanzibar Land, all one word. This is their flag, Eric.
So we have a place called Zanzibar Land with no relation whatsoever to Zanzibar, the actual country.
Correct. Take 2 drinks.
Why is it called Zanzibar Land?
I don't know. Take a 3rd drink for stupid name. Take a 3rd drink for stupid name, and you need to take 2 drinks for getting verbally upset and restating what I just said back to you.
What? Wait, they don't give an explanation for why it's called Zanzibar Land at any point?
No.
Okay. Because the name sounds cool. Shit, yeah, some island nation somewhere should name their island after it, I guess.
So Zanzibar Land is another basically like Outer Heaven. It is a place that seceded from the Soviet Union and created their own sovereign nation in Central Asia, heavily fortified. And once they form together, I'm doing this on an empty stomach and it's already hitting me. So upon already having conquered their own territory,
Yeah.
they went around to all of the nuclear facilities, nuclear weapons sites in their immediate area, like in surrounding nations, and robbed them of all of their nukes.
They robbed them.
Yes, they stole all of the nukes and kidnapped Dr. Marv with the intent of basically, because at this point, I didn't mention this, the world is experiencing an oil crisis. There's like no more oil.
Oh.
So that's why Dr. Marv's invention is going to save the world. But now Zanzibar Land is essentially holding the world hostage, both with the threat of nuclear destruction, because guess what? They also have a Metal Gear.
Right.
So
I forgot, because having nukes isn't a threat. Having a Metal Gear is a threat.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So, because here's another thing. They do not go into this in these 2 games. The later games will justify that because it's being fired from a small platform, a small mobile platform, it can't be intercepted by traditional interception means.
Okay.
So essentially,
like a submarine.
So essentially it'd be launching a nuke at someone and they have no way of knowing that it's going to hit them until it's too late. So that's the real threat.
So like a submarine or a nuclear artillery shell or a nuclear equipped bomber.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So like any of the many ways we have to mobily deliver a nuclear device.
Correct, yes. I'm going to take a drink for stupid.
Listen, I'm never going to get over the fact that they think putting legs on the nuke makes it more dangerous.
Yeah, so they're holding the world hostage with Metal Gear, codenamed Metal Gear D, and with basically the sole last production of oil in the world. Snake is thus called out of retirement to take care of things. Now, Snake has a new handler by the name of Colonel Roy Campbell, since obviously Big Boss is dead. Except he's not, because guess what? Your boy makes a good point. Snake finds Dr. Madnar and Gray Fox, who have both willingly joined in Zanzibar Land because Big Boss did not die from his encounter with Snake in Outer Heaven, and his philosophy of a safe haven for soldiers was hitting them pretty hard. They thought, yeah, actually, that's actually kind of based. So,
wait. So Gray Fox has joined Big Boss in...
Correct.
So why did Gray Fox send the message that they had a Metal Gear?
Because between the event, it's been 4 years. People change their minds, Eric.
Okay, so Gray Fox was against Big Boss.
Yes.
But now 4 years later isn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Take a drink. bit uh so first Snake faces off against Metal Gear D, and he blows it up. Then he goes and he fights Gray Fox and Big
Does he
Boss,
do
and
the
he
leg
kills
thing
both of
again?
them. I don't remember how he kills in this one. I'm pretty sure he just shoots the shit out of it and it blows up.
Oh, okay. So bad Metal Gear.
Bad Metal Gear. He kills Gray Fox and Big Boss. In particular with Big Boss, he has no equipment with him, so he ends up making a makeshift flamethrower out of a lighter and a can of aerosol and burns him to death.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Madnar escapes. He's able to escape. Snake then is able to recover the Oil X formula and goes back into retirement. I didn't write this here, but Dr. Marv is actually dead. So
Oh.
he's dead, but his formula survives, so the oil crisis is over. And that ends Metal Gear. We're on to Metal Gear Solid. Take a drink.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So functionally, every game is a military nation forms, has a Metal Gear somehow, and Snake gets sent in to blow it up.
Yeah, so in the first two games, Dr. Madnar creates the two Metal Gears that Snake has to face against. In the first one, he does it unwillingly because he was being held hostage. And in the second game, he does it willingly because he now believes in Big Boss philosophy, and also he was shunned because he was starting to get more radical. He was starting to get shunned by the scientific community, so it was also a form of revenge for being made an outsider in the scientific community.
So what is this Big Boss philosophy?
Like I said, Big Boss's philosophy is that, at least so far, is creating a nation state for soldiers to have a place where they belong and can't be the pawns of their governments.
Okay.
No soldier is getting swept aside. Everyone gets taken care of, and everyone has a place where they belong, whether it's on a battlefield or at home.
So his philosophy is that soldiers specifically aren't pawns to a nation?
Correct. That is his specific philosophy.
So how does he use the soldiers within his nation?
Yeah, he uses them as soldiers.
As pawns?
Sure, yeah. The difference between Big Boss, in his mind, the difference between Big Boss and other countries is that he sends his soldiers, and not just basically, essentially it's a private military company. It's essentially a PMC. So the soldiers are paid better and they're sent to any conflict they want to be a part of. And they're given more rights? Question mark?
So wait, so if any soldier has a conflict they want to be in, the entire nation Big Boss is in is at war with that nation?
Big Boss will send soldiers to that nation.
Yeah, so let's say we have the Big Boss nation. Let's give it a name just to like really root it into our minds of what a nation is. Right? We'll say it's the United States. We know it isn't. We'll say Big Boss has the country, the United States, yeah? Now, one soldier in the United States Army really doesn't like, for a random example related to nothing, Russia, we'll say. So he wants to go enjoy the Ukraine side of the Russian war. Now, a different soldier in the United States doesn't like Ukraine. So he wants to join Russia in the side of the Ukraine-Russian war. So Big Boss is like, yeah, I'll send soldiers to Russia and Ukraine since I have soldiers who want to be involved in this.
Okay, so I need to go pour myself a drink real quick because you actually caught me being wrong. So.
Woo! They're not pawns of their country. They're pawns of the country paying them the most. But they are a country, though. They keep founding countries, not companies.
Yeah, no. So it's a country that's also a private military company, and they basically are weapons for hire. So they go to whichever country's paying them the most.
Gotcha. I'm starting to think this game was written by somebody who doesn't know how countries or private military companies work.
Probably. All right. So,
So wait, what I catch you
real
in?
quick. Okay, I took a drink for being wrong. Yes, they're not. They're a country, quote unquote, but they're more of a private military company. And the soldiers don't really choose where they go. They're essentially just mercenaries for hire.
Okay, so Big Boss decides and sends them out like pawns because he doesn't like how nations have soldiers that the leaders get to send to whatever conflict they feel
Yes.
they would benefit from.
Yes, correct. Now the trade-off is sounds about right. Now the trade-off is that one, they're paid more,
Okay.
and two, like they got a great retirement package. Like if they get their leg blown off, Snake will find Big Boss will find work for them. Like they're not going to get abandoned.
Okay. So
Even just
he's
like
every country, but with a better veterans program.
exactly. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's essentially a military dictatorship in that it's a private military company where the CEO is Big Boss.
Do any of these games ever cover like their agricultural system, how taxation or the service industry work? No.
No.
No, okay.
None of this. It's all military.
So why do they keep taking over areas to operate out? If they're just a company, couldn't they just like be fully mobile? Why do they keep trying to get? Because they want a Metal Gear, right? That walks around, so they don't need like launch silos or like stationary facilities. Why do they keep trying to like seize a country to operate out of?
We'll get to that.
We'll get. Oh.
I honestly should have made me going. We'll get to that as a take a drink moment.
All right. So now we're entering into the games you've played.
Correct. Now we're entering into the games that I have personally played. Now this is where things get weird, and I'm likely to get things wrong. I have the wiki pulled up just in case.
This is where the weirdness starts. All right.
That sounds like Eric exasperation. You're right, Sal.
All right, have a fucking drink. Have you been keeping a counter? Because I've been keeping a counter.
I have not been. I'm down. I drank 2 full glasses, and that's about 5 shots.
I've got like 2 drinks left in this bottle of soju. Then I'm gonna crack a second one. So well, let's fucking get solid, I guess.
All right. So this is the end of the well put together content. So we're gonna be improvising a lot from here, guys. Nuclear uh-ohs in the 49th state. In 2005, Foxhound, under their current leader, codenamed Liquid Snake, go renegade and capture the secret research facility in Alaska called Shadow Moses.
All right, so Foxhound,
Yes,
the military division squadron.
It is a Black Ops Special Forces unit.
Okay, so the unit that was run by Big Boss, who led most of his people to first Heaven's fucking
Outer Heaven,
and then to another different military antagonist nation. That division, that unit, was left in place, and then once again, the leader of it also went renegade against the United States.
Correct. Take a drink.
Oh my fucking god, what?
Take a second drink.
Cool. Okay.
Correct.
Why? Why did they let Foxhound keep existing after the first time it betrayed them?
So Foxhound did not betray them. Big Boss betrayed Foxhound.
Well, no, because Greyhound, or whatever the fuck his name was,
Grey Fox,
also betrayed that. It sounds like Snake was the only one from Foxhound that didn't betray the United States.
Well, yeah. As of right now, that is correct. As of right now, Snake is the only Foxhound member who has not betrayed the United States.
Okay.
So let's continue. So they hold the Foxhound members plus
Oh,
a
for a
group
second,
of-
I misread what you're coming up to, and I'm like, if this guy's named Shadow Moose, I'm gonna lose my shit.
No, the research facility is called Shadow Moses.
Gray Fox, Solid Snake, Shadow Moose.
No, Shadow Moses. They capture the entire facility. It's led by the Foxhound unit plus a group of supporting military units who are essentially like basically faceless soldiers who are genetically enhanced using the DNA of Big Boss, who's again, remember, the ultimate soldier. Shadow
Uh-huh.
Moose would fit in the name scheme, by the way. V is right. So they using nanomachines and genetic enhancement. All these soldiers that are the supporting unit to Foxhound are enhanced to be better than regular soldiers.
Okay. So,
How-
Big Boss, the guy whose
Yes.
entire philosophy is that soldiers shouldn't be pawns.
Nanomachines, son.
One second, shouldn't be pawns. He has his genetics used to craft
No.
and no. Oh, okay.
Big Boss was not part of this. This was done by the United States outside of Big Boss's choice.
Okay. All right. Because my question was going to be, so Big Boss used his genetics or whatever to clone and create a faceless army of pawns, but no?
V, I don't know if you're correct. Nanomachines do come into play in 1 because Snake is injected with them at the start of the game.
Oh, what do they do?
I'll go into it, but I want to double check.
okay,
V, do you want to
okay.
confirm if I'm right or not? Because I'm pretty sure the nanomachines have been in there since Solid.
Please don't be right. I'm at 12 drinks already.
But however, Eric, the genetic, yeah. See, oh, right, that part, yeah. So nanomachines have been part of it since the beginning because they were implemented in the soldiers. Yeah, that's how the dude dies. We'll get into it. We'll get to that. But yeah, so the soldiers with the use of nanomachines and genetic enhancement are using the DNA of Big Boss to enhance them to make them more powerful because Big Boss was the ultimate badass and the ultimate soldier. This was done outside of Big Boss's consent. He did not ask for this. This was done after he was dead, after he has died.
Fair. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
So just the man who was against pawns as like soldiers being pawns, the United States used his genetics to
Correct.
make a faceless clone army.
No, not a clone army. These are essentially like, imagine you sign up for the military and they give you a shot using some dead dude's DNA and nanomachines that somehow makes you a better soldier.
Okay. Somehow. Does it grow their muscles or
They don't get into it.
okay,
Not
sorry.
until-
Sorry.
They get into it.
Sorry, I
get
didn't mean
into
to
it.
come at you like that.
Super steroids, effectually. Yeah, V's right. They're like super steroids. They don't do anything beyond that until 4. We'll get to that.
Okay.
All right. So once they've captured Shadow Moses, they issue a demand to the U.S. government demanding $1 billion and the body of Big Boss be delivered to them, or they'll use the island's secret project, Metal Gear Rex, to launch a nuke.
Okay.
This is a two-front threat because, one, launching a nuke, obviously very bad, but also the United States doesn't want anyone to know that they're developing their own Metal Gear.
I'm sorry, did the United States not have a Metal Gear until now?
They did not. Correct.
So wait, who had so the only people who've had Metal Gears have been minor separatist military nations?
Correct.
Well,
Take a drink.
how? How did no nation have these?
Take 2
What?
drinks.
No, tell me that. Explain that to me. How did only militia groups have these nuclear launch machines, but no nation had them?
So the justification from the games is, I believe, that essentially it was kind of like the honor system, and that a Metal Gear would be essentially too threatening for any one nation to own. And we'll get to it later. But essentially, I'll throw you a bone right now. Essentially, that a Metal Gear is, imagine, like, you know, when the United States first revealed that they had nukes and no one else had any. That's like the Metal Gear.
Hello and welcome, Alexia the Great, first time chatter. Hi. I'm Eric. Yes, that one. I'm a pudgy little tardigrade who likes to play video games, and with me we have Richard. Richard, you want to say hi?
Hello.
We do not have. So Richard has his own Twitch channel. I have my own Twitch channel, but we are using the collab feature on Twitch to be sharing chats right now. And Richard is explaining the lore of Metal Gear to me, and I am losing it. We are playing a drinking game. If you're on my stream, you should see the rules. I'm wiggling them around right now of what causes us to drink. Oh, okay. But welcome, Alexia. Join us for the fun. Are you a fan of Metal Gear? Do you understand the lore? Because I don't understand what the fuck is happening right now. I thought you guys were twins? Well, Richard, I have horrible news. You look exactly like a tardigrade, apparently. Hey!
All right. So there are two streams with the same face cam. That's fair. That's valid.
True.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
welcome, Alexia. I hope you get to hang out for a bit.
All right. We're gonna move on. Are you ready?
All
Move on to the
right.
next-
So they're threatening to launch a nuke.
All right. Let's meet our cast of characters. Okay. These are the members of Foxhound,
Okay.
who, remember, were at one point Solid Snake's comrades in arms.
Yeah, so all these people are U.S. military members.
Were, yes. So starting from left to right.
Okay.
On
So
the
you're
far
covering
left-
Left Boy a little bit. Can you, like, just flick off and on just so we could see what this dude looks like?
Yeah. There. Better?
Oh, that's very uninteresting from all of these characters. I'm sorry. Can we just go down the list from right to left for a second? You can come back. So we have man carrying an entire jet engine on his back.
Yes.
Sniper woman.
Yep.
Shirtless fucking vampire looking dude.
Uh-huh.
It's high noon. BDSM fan and a guy. Is that our cast of characters?
That is correct. You do not know how accurate you are with It's High Noon. But
I'm sorry, he's wearing a literal cowboy coat and he has a 6-shooter revolver for a
Yes.
2000s military
Yes.
member. Yeah, it's high noon.
all right, I'm gonna hide myself real quick. We're gonna go left to right.
Okay, all right.
All right. So the first guy on the left, that is Decoy Octopus.
John Normal Man, got it.
Decoy Octopus. Chat, if you remember the rules of the game.
All right,
you guys
wait,
know
no,
that
yeah,
it
we
is
both got a drink for that one.
We got a drink for that
Decoy Octopus? Did he pick the name?
Yeah.
Was he given the name?
unknown. But here's why he's called that. Here's why he's called that. Decoy Octopus is known as the world's best mimic. He is able to, through the use of prosthetics and makeup and acting and mimicry, mimic anyone in the world, so he claims. He goes so far that he even injects his mimic target's blood into his bloodstream to, like, fully immerse himself in his role.
Then I have one important question about this man. Has
Yes.
he ever canonically done blackface?
We'll get to that.
Canceled. All right, next guy. His name is now has been canceled. Who's
Okay.
Gimp Lord McGee?
So that is Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis.
All right, I'm drinking for that. I don't fucking Psycho Mantis.
Yeah, Psycho Mantis. So he is a psychic.
Okay.
He's guessing plot points. You don't know how accurate you are with the blackface.
Have you ever watched a video about like Air Force guys talking about how people get their call signs?
No.
So apparently, most of the time, anytime you hear somebody's call sign, the truth is they fucked up or did something embarrassing that now everyone is referencing to. Anybody who earns a call sign has earned something because it's something everyone else in their squad likes to make fun of them for. There is
Sure.
never anybody who's earned a sincere, like, cool sounding name. It's always a mockery. So I'm hearing these names and I'm like, I'm just imagining what dumb fuck thing had to happen for the other people in this picture to mockingly grant someone this title. And I'm just looking at this group and hearing the name Decoy Octopus. And I'm like looking at Shirtless Joe. And I'm like, yeah, this 100% is like, oh, you're good at disguising yourself? Why don't we call you fucking Decoy? And someone else, yeah, like an octopus. Yeah, you're Decoy Octopus. Go fuck yourself.
Unfortunately, these are all extremely serious and meant to be cool. So back to Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis is an actual psychic. He can levitate and mind control other people and dive into their psyches. He used to be.
No.
You...
I need to check something. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So in the Metal Gear world, telekinetics and telepathy are canonically real.
Yes.
And people are more concerned with a mobile nuclear launch platform than the concept of telepathy and telekinetics.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, well, I'll drink for that then.
Yep, you drink to that one, bro.
I'm sorry, why isn't everyone in this story telekinetic then?
Because there's just the one guy.
And they stole Big Boss's DNA and not his?
Big Boss is really cool.
Can he levitate?
No. Big Boss is just a normal guy.
So the military, within the unit that Big Boss is in, had a guy who could levitate and read minds. And they said, you know whose DNA we need to make super soldiers out of?
Yeah.
John Normal Guy.
Sure did, buddy. Take 2 drinks for repeating back to me, and also for getting exasperated.
Why is telekinetics not considered more important? Is it like shitty? Can he only levitate himself and not other objects? Or
no, he can control a lot of things.
He can control things?
Yeah, he can like levitate shit and control people against their will. In fact, so not everyone, because you know how I mentioned a bunch of the genetically modified nanomachine soldiers who are like faceless NPCs that we kill?
Yeah.
A lot of them are being psycho-indoctrinated by Mantis to keep them in line. Like, not all of them are doing this willingly. A lot of them are there because they're being mind-controlled by Psycho Mantis.
So he can control objects, entire armies of people.
Yeah.
And we're cloning Big Boss's DNA to make super soldiers.
Yeah, huh?
Does anyone try to study this man or no?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
All right. Up next. Oh, I should mention the reason why he's called Psycho Mantis is that he used to be relatively normal Mantis until
Please tell me you mean that was literally his name.
No, I don't mean that literally.
Okay.
I don't mean that literally. But he probed the mind of a couple of serial killers and it drove him crazy, and that's why he's called Psycho Mantis. He also vehemently dislikes sexual Like some of his first memories were reading the minds of other people and sensing their lust, and it viscerally disturbed him immensely and damaged his psyche.
So he wears a gimp suit.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Revolver Ocelot. Take a drink.
Okay.
Revolver Ocelot.
Revolver?
Revolver
Ocelot.
Ocelot. Revolver Ocelot. He's the team interrogator. He specializes in torturing people and using revolvers. That's it.
No. I'm
He's
sorry.
very good
Did
at
you
trick
go
shots.
from the man who can literally read people's minds is not the designated interrogator?
Correct.
Why?
Take a drink.
He can read minds. You don't need an interrogator. He can read minds.
Take a drink, buddy.
No! Answer the fucking question! Well, we have a guy who could just read his minds, but we don't want Gunslinger McGee to feel left out, so we let him do the interrogating.
I think the entire reason that they did this was because there's a whole sequence of the game where Snake is captured by Foxhound and tortured by Ocelot, and it changes the outcome of the game depending on if you're able to withstand the torture or not. So it really is because they wanted to give Ocelot something to do. Does it make you feel better? You feel good?
Was this just a bad order to do that, man? I'm sorry. He can
No,
read
I
minds.
did this very intentionally to.
Not
fuck
only
with
can
you.
he read minds, he can indoctrinate people with his mind powers, right?
Yes.
Why do you torture people?
This was very specific choice for me to introduce them in this order for you.
Okay.
All right, up next.
Yeah.
So Ocelot's probably one of the best gunslingers. Like he does like trick shots. He can like shoot off a railing and it bounces off a couple of times and hits somebody. So he's just really good with his revolvers. That's his other power. Now we have Liquid Snake. And the best way I can say is imagine Solid Snake. Now give him a British accent and make him blonde. And that's essentially Liquid. He's just John Normal Man.
Okay, wait. So this guy's
just
name is
John Normal Man.
Liquid Snake?
Liquid Snake.
Who was named first?
I'm pretty sure they were named at the same time.
Does liquid or solid refer to anything?
Nope.
So we have the names Decoy Octopus.
Yeah.
Because he can disguise himself and become a decoy of anything.
Yeah, all the snakes were named at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah. We have Psycho Mantis because he absorbed the minds of psycho people.
Yeah.
We have Revolver Ocelot because he uses a revolver. And then we have Liquid and Solid Snake. Just cuz vibes, really.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make you drink for that one. All right, next we have Sniper Wolf. She's a sniper.
Are you sure
Moving
it's
on.
not just because of vibes? Because it sounds like they don't need a reason for that first word.
No, she's just a sniper. That's it. Then we have Vulcan Raven. He's a native Alaskan from the Inuit tribe.
Okay.
He is 6'11", and he carries a Gatling gun and all of his ammo on his back.
Okay.
So his power is that he's just very big and strong. He's also an Alaskan shaman, according to the game.
All right. Does he do anything with being an Alaskan shaman? They don't
He's
just
got,
like it's not just so they could call him Raven, right?
No, it's pretty much just that. He says some shit, but like it's not anything that's actually plot important.
Okay.
All right. You did a good job, buddy. You made it through. You did it.
All right. I'm still very
Alright.
confused by the solid and the liquid naming scheme because we have Decoy, Psycho,
Yeah.
Revolver, Sniper, and Raven, which all
believe-
specifically refer to their character, an important attribute of them. And then we have Liquid and Solid, which don't?
Yeah. To answer your question, I'm pretty sure the birds just follow him.
So he's got some birds that really
He's
like
just got
him.
some ravens that follow. Yeah, he's just got some ravens that follow him.
That bitch
around.
feeding him peanuts. I know how you get ravens to just follow you for no reason.
All right, we're gonna get to the next batch of characters, and then we're gonna take a little break because I gotta go walk the dog.
Okay.
All right, so Snake is not in this mission alone. He is
Okay.
being supported by a cast
Alright,
of characters.
I'm sorry. What happened to the art style here, buddy?
I couldn't.
One of these things is not like the others. One of these things just doesn't belong. Which of these things is not like the others?
All right, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you good?
I'm good. I slapped this together. All right, so we're gonna start at the top left and go to the right, and then we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
So supporting Snake at the top left, we have
Captain
Kazuhiro.
America. Oh.
we have Kazuhira Miller, also known as Master Miller.
Kazuhiro
Kazuhira Miller.
Okay.
Codename Master Miller. He's a drill instructor / survivalist expert who provides Snake with advice throughout his mission and offers guidance.
Okay.
We have Colonel Campbell, same colonel from Metal Gear 2, if you remember. He's leading the operation. He's Snake's commanding officer.
Okay.
We have Mei Ling. She invented the radar system that Snake uses throughout the game and offers support with the radar and also helps with like data collection and stuff like that.
Okay. Data analyst.
And then we have Naomi, who is a doctor who gave Snake his physical checkup and injected him with nanomachines that help him resist the cold, among with other things. And she offers medical support, like advice throughout the mission.
All right, Richard, you're going to need to explain yourself here. What do
Yeah.
you mean she injected him with nanomachines that protect him against the cold
Yeah.
and other things? That feels like a sentence that's formulated in a very specific way.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
All you need to know is that she injected him with nanomachines that essentially help boost him, like essentially super steroids, as well as the ability to resist the cold.
Okay, cool. So they do a lot of shit, but it's very important we mention the cold.
Because the game takes place like in the middle of like the Aleutian chain,
Mm-hmm.
in the middle of winter. It's glacier cold outside.
So
and Snake's
is
running around in a
Raven an
skin-tight suit.
Aleut?
He's Inuit.
He's Inuit. Why isn't he Aleut?
I don't fucking know.
Alright. Fine,
Yeah, I know it's the
sorry.
wrong area, but like, you know, he's also member of a Black Ops unit that turned terrorist.
Alright, there's just a lot of clans you could have picked, and it's like you had to have looked up Alaskan clans to pull
Yeah.
the Inuit specifically. And if you're
Yes.
looking up Alaskan clans, and your
Yeah.
game's placed in the Aleutian chain,
Yeah.
how do you look up Alaskan clans and not go with the Aleuts in the Aleutians?
Going off first off, acknowledging what V says, after having looked up the games and have not played the games in a while and looking up Psycho Mantis, there's a lot I don't remember about him.
No,
which is
no,
fair.
you don't get it. So here's what I'm saying, V. So you're saying the game's from Japan. Yeah, I get it. They didn't have exact terminology. I understand. But if you don't have exact terminology, you wouldn't be able to pull out Inuit out of nowhere, right? So they looked up Alaskan clans, of which there are 5 major ones, which we had to learn, right, Richard, in high school?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have the Inuit, the Inupiaq, the Aleut, the Athabascan, and the Tlingit. These are the 5 major clans in Alaska. The only way you learn about any of the clans in Alaska is by looking up what are the Alaskan clans. And if you look up what are the Alaskan clans, you're gonna get all 5 and the areas they originate from. And there's one clan that is across the Aleutian chain. And that's because they've named the clan after the Aleutian chain, the Aleut clan. So that's just where I'm like, how do you look up the Alaskan clans and go, let's do the one clan the furthest from the Aleutian chain?
I would also use the word tribe instead of clan.
Fair enough.
All right. We've gotten through the main cast and we set the stage of Metal Gear Solid. We're going to take a quick intermission while I go walk the dog.
Hey.
We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. I hope to see you all back here in a little bit.
How are y'all doing? Hi. Don't worry. I'll be here and chatting with y'all. I'm about 1.5 sojus deep. How are y'all doing? V, I know you've been enjoying this conversation. Are you a bit of a big Metal Gear fan? Like, you said you had to look up some stuff about Psycho Mantis. But, I'm Ranch and Slimes. Yeah, I heard you were trying to perfect your Slime Rancher 1 game, right? Because you wanted to roll into Slime Rancher 2, but you said you needed to get a golden Gordo, right? Is it Gordo's? You want the big golden slime boy, but he only spawns in, like, a random location? Or no, you said you're having a hard time figuring out what food they like, right? Is that not something you could just Google? Or you tried to figure it out, like, naturally in-game? Get that feeling of achievement. Oh my god. Yep, I want 2 of them. I know what food they like. The problem is actually acquiring it. Oh, what do they like? I do enjoy the games. I haven't played any of them in a while. Did you play any of the NES games, V? And Queenie, are you still here? I said hi, but you didn't say anything else. I was wondering how you're doing. And Alexia, do we still have you here? Or did you pop in, start watching what we were doing, and like, oh god, I gotta get out of here before this weird-ass tardigrade says anything else to me? But hi, what brings you here, Alexia? What did you say? You said there were 2 channels with the same thing on the same category. Yeah, so we're doing a special event. I've never heard of someone, like, just swapping between a bunch of special event streams. So what brings you around? How'd you find us? Yep. So how you guys doing? I'm certainly having a bit of fun here, but I am feeling it a little bit. How much is soju? Soju is a... They don't have the percentage on here? Maybe it's printed sideways. Yeah, there's only a 13%. To be fair, I don't do a lot of drinking, so I'm probably a lightweight. What, a bottle and a half at 13%? What are beers? Beers are like an 8, right? This is more than a beer, a bottle and a half in. Or I guess we have the counter, 21 drinks if I've been keeping up with it. I imagine I've missed some, but hey. That's how you do. That's how you be. That's how you are. Oh, and who sent me a picture? Hey, that's the Rabbit Girl and Kojima. Yeah, they do be hanging out. God damn. I played Metal Gear Solid 1 through 5, Peace Walker, Portable Ops, Ghost Babel, Acid 1 and 2, and Rising Revengeance. Those are names. Those are without a doubt names there, V. God damn. I check Twitch. What's going on Twitch? Oh, Kyoku is live. Hi, Kyoku. Oh, you're playing Power World. Oh, that's cool. Oh, shit. Utaku's live, too. He's going pretty crazy. It's his birthday, isn't it? Yeah, Takumaru's doing his birthday stream. Fucking get it, dude. I've not played Metal Gear 2, Snake's Revenge, Survive, or the mobile game they had for a while. You know what? That's fair. I will criticize no one for avoiding a mobile game spin-off of a game series. What do you guys think? So I was talking a bit about this at the beginning of stream. Now that I'm doing a Sunday stream, that does mean I've done Thursday, where we did what? We did Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Friday, where I jumped into the altars. Saturday, I showed off the demo for Primordial Empire. And Sunday, today, we're doing the special event stream, the Metal Gear Solid lore drinking game. But that's what, 4 days? So if I want to pull off like a whole week, I have to do 3 more days in a row of streaming. I could very easily do another Altar stream and another Breath Edge stream. And it has been a while since we hit Breath Edge now. We're at like almost a week since our last Breath Edge stream. That would have been Wednesday. So not quite. Half a week? A little over half a week since Breath Edge. But since Altars is still like a really new game, I think I want to crank out as many Altar stream as possible. So maybe what? I go Monday, we do another surprise stream for y'all. Not a surprise. And we do another Altar stream, kind of try to escape the lava rivers. After that, we could do another Breath Edge. I have been working off stream to try to make some progress though in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, right? Because the last like achievements I need to get 2 Hazard 5 for all of the maps, because the last like main 5 achievements I have left are beat Hazard 5 for every map, but I have to get enough progress to even unlock Hazard 5 for each map. So I have been playing a bit of that game in my own time now, trying to get enough progress to actually look towards doing Hazard 5 got hands. I mean, Hazard 4 on the ones I've been hitting it on has had absolute hands on me. But like, I want to make sure I'm actually able to try for an achievement the next time I stream Survivor again for you guys. So I do have to keep making a bit more progress. I have been doing some more biome runs though to unlock like permanent upgrades, you know? So it could be just trying to get more and more of that out of the way. But once I get some of that progress done, we can also look at doing another Deep Rock Galactic Survivor stream just for achievement running, you know? Super annoying that SO, much of the Kingdom Hearts lore is stuck in a mobile game. Wait, Kingdom Hearts lore? I don't know, man. I watched, what was it, Brian David Gilbert's video on Kingdom Hearts lore, where the hero's journey falls apart. And that was all I needed to know. I don't need to know anything about Kingdom Hearts lore. If you think Metal Gear is confusing, hey, like I said, I've absorbed, I think, a good chunk of Kingdom Hearts lore through Brian David Gilbert's breakdown of the hero's journey there. And the villain's pentagonal redux, or whatever he calls it. You want as many of the bonuses that you can get in terms of weapons and class and biome. Okay, gotcha. No, the biome runs are fun though, because they go up to 10 levels. You like get to get everything fully upgraded before the very final match. And that's super cool. It's super cool how many different overclocks you can get up and running. Did you know that Donald Duck is canonically One of the strongest people in any Final Fantasy? Wait, what do you mean? Like, does the character have a distinct stat line or something, or abilities within the... Right, no, 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 because, what is it? Kingdom Hearts was the idea was trying to combine Disney characters with like a Final Fantasy-esque world. But wait, is Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts actually directly connected? Okay, there's a spell called Flare. All right. And what, Flare calls in Donald Duck to help? And it has multiple levels. All right, V. Basically, anything higher than a normal Flare is endgame, endgame. And the fucking duck uses Zeta Flare? I don't know what Zeta means. Is Zeta like the highest level of Flare? Or what is Zeta Flare? Wait, that's something only used by a non-player summon extremely large. So it's not so much that Donald Duck is the strongest character, he just has the strongest summon spell. So I guess what does he summon then? The only other person that uses Zeta is a literal god. So what does Zeta summon? Or wait, is Flare not a summon spell? I guess what does Flare do? Goes normal Flare, Giga Flare, Terra Flare, Peta Flare, Exa Flare, and then finally Zeta Flare. So is Flare like a fireball or a light attack or... So I think I'm still lost on what the Flare spell is. Okay. It's a non-elemental damage, one of the rare non-elemental spells, considering almost all of the spells do elemental damage. So it's like a true damage spell. God damn. So here's the question though, is Donald Duck then the truest form of a glass cannon? Like, how tanky is he? He dies to a... So he has a spell that can kill God and dies to a stiff breeze. God damn. He refuses to heal even if you set him to only use healing spells. You know, that sounds a bit like Donald. You know, I really sometimes try to think of like all the times I would know of Donald and Mickey interacting. And what's interesting is the main thing that comes to my head when I try to think of like Donald and Mickey and Goofy interacting is the was it like the Jack and the Beanstalk movie that they did? Because I remember this scene of like all three of them around the table and someone's cutting up like loaves of bread to make sandwiches, and they do, you know, like comically thin slices of bread that are so thin that you can like see through them essentially. And that's just kind of locked in my head as like the baseline, like the characters reacting sort of thing. The transparent slices, exactly, right? And I don't even know what the fuck that was specifically from. Because I know it was like the Jack and the Beanstalk story, you know? One second. Like, let's see here. Mickey Mouse, Jack and the Beanstalk. Yeah, Mickey and the Beanstalk? Right, there's a point where all three of them are gathered around the table, you know? And it made me really realize I didn't know a lot of like even though I knew of Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy, you know? I realized that like for actual like Disney content I'd ever consumed, I think the only things I ever watched with like Donald and Mickey in it had to have been this show. Because like I saw a Goofy movie, an extremely Goofy movie, but I don't know if I had ever seen like an actual show or movie with Mickey or Donald in them as a kid. Like obviously I watched a lot of Disney, you know, I saw Snow White, I saw Dumbo, I saw Lion King, I saw Beauty and the Beast, I saw Sleeping Beauty. I saw like all the Disney movies growing up just because my parents had like crates of VHSs, right? So I could watch all of those. But as I think about like Disney movies I've seen, I don't think I'd seen anything with Donald or Mickey in it. And the only one that actually comes to my head is Mickey and the Beanstalk. And I don't know why I'd seen that one, but like no other Mickey or Donald movies. And at the same time, I had seen both of the Goofy movies, with the Goofy movie and an extremely Goofy movie.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, hi, Richard. Whenever I think of them as a trio, it's either the Kingdom Hearts or the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I never saw Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I think I might have also seen, what, the Three Mouseketeers?
Okay, my cat's joining everybody because he's mad I locked him out.
Alright. So, Richard, I got an important question. Do you know of any movie or TV show that you had ever watched that included either Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck in them?
Yeah, called, I think it was called House of Mouse, or that was like the setting of it. It was essentially a clip show where Mickey Mouse owned a nightclub that showed off Disney clips from shorts.
Okay. No,
And
'cause I was
Mickey was the host, and Donald was like the valet, or maybe Goofy was. Anyways, every main character had a part in the show. It's fucking hot up there. I stripped a layer.
Okay. 'Cause, no, I was talking to V, and he was talking about like Mickey and Donald in the game, Kingdom Hearts, and like how Donald has like some of the strongest magic in the game. And I was really trying to think, like, although I'm familiar with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, I couldn't think of any shows I'd seen them in, and the only like childhood memory I have of those two characters interacting was from Mickey and the Beanstalk. In the scene where Mickey, Donald, and Goofy are like around a table and they're slicing bread. And it's like the transparent like slice like that thin.
Yeah,
I think almost everybody knows about that scene. But I realized I've literally never watched any movie or TV show with Mickey and Donald in it. But I have seen both Goofy movies.
Yeah.
And I was just, that just caught me so off guard that is the only movie I can think of that I'd seen Mickey and Donald in.
How odd.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I'm sweating like the Dickens. It's hot as fuck outside. I walked the dog. He did not take a shit, so I'm going to have to walk him again later. And now my cat's here because he's upset.
Yeah.
Everybody say hi to Bug.
Hi, Bug.
Look at the camera, Bug.
Meow.
Exploit for content.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow.
Okay, buddy.
Meow.
Meow, meow. I'm going to extend
Meow.
this side table here for him. And he ran away. All right. So let's get back to Metal Gear Solid, everybody.
Yeah.
All right. So I've introduced you to the villains, and I've introduced you to the conflict, and I've introduced you to the supporting cast.
Well, you introduced us to the doctor lady.
The Doctor Lady and the other three.
No, we haven't gotten to those three at the bottom.
Oh, no, the three at the bottom. We'll get to that. So,
Yeah.
So, Snake's mission is essentially to infiltrate Shadow Moses, defeat Foxhound, and secure Rex. But also, yeah, the other three are introduced later. Thank you, V. So, his also, along with that mission, there are two high-level VIPs that have been taken hostage at Shadow Moses, and we'll see them right here. On the left, we have the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson.
Is he okay?
Yeah, that's just his face.
All right.
That's just the art style.
Okay.
That's Donald, the head of DARPA. DARPA is the oh my god, Development and Research. Fuck. What does DARPA stand for?
And I don't know if that's just the art style, because we saw this art style on the previous page, and no one looked as fucked up as these two are looking.
No, that's just them. What does DARPA stand for? Does anybody know? I'm looking it up.
Development, Research, and Research. DARPA P. PPP.
Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
Oh, so not development and research.
No, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, who is there overseeing the development of Metal Gear Rex, the big mech, and the president of Arms Tech, the company who was contracted to develop Metal Gear Rex, Kenneth Baker. So these are two VIPs that are integral to Snake's mission to rescue, if possible, along with preventing the nuke from going off and for defeating Foxhound.
Well, not the nuke, the Metal Gear, right?
The Metal Gear, yes. The Metal Gear.
Okay. Right. Nukes aren't a threat, Metal Gears are.
No, just the Metal Gears are.
Yeah.
So is all clear? That's Snake's mission. Defeat Foxhound, rescue Donald Anderson and Kenneth Baker if possible.
Yeah. And he's got the leader, the doctor, the data analyst, a drill instructor.
Yeah, a drill instructor slash survivalist expert.
Okay, and those other three don't exist yet.
They're about to exist. So Snake infiltrates the facility, and essentially we're going to only hit the big plot points here. And the big plot points are essentially Snake infiltrates.
Yeah.
And he runs into the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson. And Anderson reveals to Snake that Metal Gear Rex can essentially be deactivated with a secret override code. And then he suddenly dies of a heart attack.
Ah, they got his secret override code.
Yeah. So basically, Anderson basically breaks down what a Metal Gear is, and then suddenly just dies of a heart attack.
Don't we know
Right
what it
then.
is already?
Yes.
Continue.
Anyways, so Colonel Campbell then essentially mentions that his niece, Meryl Silverberg, is currently being held hostage. She was basically a last-minute transfer because she's also in the military. She was last-minute transferred to Shadow Moses and did not want to partake in the coup. So she was basically captured and is now being used as a hostage.
Okay.
Okay. So Snake essentially, like, I'm really glossing over a lot, but essentially Snake makes contact with her. She doesn't fully trust him and escapes further into the facility. Snake then makes his way to the ArmsTech president, Kenneth Baker. But before really anything can happen, he's confronted by Revolver Ocelot.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And they have a whole fight
Cool.
until suddenly a cyborg ninja, which is the third person listed here on this page right now, cuts off his arm.
He cuts off Snake's arm.
No, cuts off Ocelot's arm. He cuts off Ocelot's right hand. That's important.
Okay. All
He
right.
cuts off Ocelot. So a cyborg ninja suddenly shows up and cuts off Ocelot's right hand.
Uh-huh. And he was in
You
the
follow me?
facility the whole time, or
He showed up at some point.
at some point? Okay.
At some point, yeah. Making sense so far?
No, but continue.
Perfect. So, all right. So, the ninja cuts off Ocelot's arm. Ocelot then retreats, and so Snake has a moment to have a conversation with Kenneth Baker. Kenneth Baker,
But not the...
essentially-
Wait. What happened to Ninja Cyborg?
the ninja cyborg essentially also leaves. He just disappears too.
So he cuts his arm off, and then both of them just leave, and Snake does nothing.
Yes.
Alright, drink then, I guess.
Yeah, take a drink, 2 drinks, because you sound upset.
He's just like, chill? Alright, bye. See you guys later or something.
Yeah, well, he goes back to having a conversation with Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech.
And he doesn't care about Ocelot or Cyborg Ninja.
Yeah, not a priority at the moment. So, okay, so he starts getting more info on basically how to access Metal Gear Rex and the whole project. And also being told that Meryl has like a special key card that he's going to need to prevent the launch of the nuke. And then he dies of a heart attack too.
Okay, so 2 characters.
These 2 characters, after talking with Snake, both spontaneously die from a heart attack after telling Snake vital information.
Okay, gotcha. Does Snake have a reaction to that, or?
No. He just goes, oh no. And I'm going to take a drink for an impersonation.
All right.
All right. We all good?
Yeah?
Okay. So Snake essentially, he contacts Meryl. Meryl tells him that he essentially, like, she'll meet with him, but he needs to go talk to the guy who designed the Metal Gear working for ArmsTech named Dr. Hal Emmerich. And that is this guy over here, Otacon.
Okay, no, so the hostage,
She's free now. Snake frees her, and now she's loose in the facility.
and she says she'll only talk to the guy who freed her from being a hostage. If he goes and talks to someone else?
I'm pretty sure she like freed herself actually, because basically how it works in the game is that Snake has to like find out which soldier is her. And to do that, he has to see which soldier has a shapely ass that is swinging in the breeze
What?
to identify that it's a woman. And then that's how he's able to tell that it's Meryl.
No, 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 no. Okay, you know what? This is a game, right?
Yeah.
So explain to me exactly what the mechanic is that's
The
happening
mechanic
when he's
is-
trying to find Meryl.
Yeah, so the mechanic is that you have to identify which soldier is swinging their hips side to side like an over-exaggerated, voluptuous woman. You got to find out which soldier's got that fat dumpy, and that's Meryl.
That's the actual mechanic of the sequence.
That
Is
the
looking
actual-
at this is NES, right? So looking at pixel
No,
characters.
this is on the PlayStation 1.
Oh, the PS1. Oh, why didn't you say so?
You see the character model right there, the cyborg ninja? That's how they look.
Okay, and so you're looking at a bunch of different soldier models for the one with a shapely ass?
Yeah, and the one that's shaking it.
I see.
Yes. Take a drink. So, so that's how. So she essentially freed herself, and Snake had to identify her. And then she didn't trust Snake at first. Escapes further into the facility, and then they contact each other over comms. And she says, "I'll meet with you, but only if you go talk to the guy who designed Metal Gear Rex, Otacon, aka Dr. Hal Emmerich." That reverse that. Dr. Hal Emmerich, aka Otacon, who is this guy right here.
Okay, that's Otaku Pissy Pants.
Yes, Otaku Pissy Pants.
Okay.
So Snake goes to find him and finds him essentially being harassed. Me just popping my head in.
Hi, crazy. I am at a 24 drink counter. Oh, bye, crazy. Then. Bye, I
24.
guess.
You do this to yourself.
I'm trying to understand, man. I caught you once.
You did. Yeah, no. Mr. Shits His Pants is also in the game, but that not to be confused with Mr. Piss Pants, which is Otacon.
Okay.
To be clear, I'm going to mention this because it is plot relevant. There is a soldier that Snake encounters in Shadow Moses who shits himself a lot.
And that's plot relevant.
It will be later. We'll get to that.
Okay.
You just need to remember that there is a soldier that Snakes encounters who shits himself a lot.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Otacon. So we find Otacon who's being harassed by the cyborg ninja. Okay?
Harassed?
So Otacon harassed. He's being threatened by the cyborg ninja.
Mm-hmm.
So I dropped my phone. So Snake oh, hold on. I skipped a sec. No, yeah, that's not important. He fights Vulcan Raven on the way there, but it's not important. Anyway, so yeah, he finds out that because I'm only doing the broad strokes. He finds Otacon. He finds out that Otacon's being harassed by the cyborg ninja, and then the cyborg ninja suddenly starts saying shit to Snake. He's like, "Remember me?" And Snake realizes that the cyborg ninja
Uh-huh.
is actually, it turns out, take a drink, Gray Fox. He's not dead.
Okay.
Gray Fox is not dead. He was actually nearly dead and transplanted with cybernetics to keep him alive. But he's also basically a puppet. He's essentially been like indoctrinated. He's fighting his programming. And so like when you fight him, he's like, yeah, hurt me more. It's the only way I feel alive.
What?
Yeah.
Does cybernetics make him a masochist?
No, no, no. So the cybernetics are essentially like being used to like control and brainwash him, and the only way he feels truly alive is when Snake's beating the shit out of him.
Okay.
Yeah. The ninja then has a complete hissy fit and then leaves.
Did he get what he was after, or just
No.
unprompted leaves?
He just leaves. He basically has a whole like massive hissy fit. He's like slamming his face into the ground over and over again, and then he leaves.
Okay.
Snake then teams up with Otacon and makes contact with Meryl again. Meryl's about to Meryl gives Snake the key card he needs, but suddenly she is possessed by Psycho Mantis.
Okay, so the girl he found shaking her ass,
Yes.
Psycho Mantis.
Yeah. No, okay, so she was shaking her ass first,
Yeah.
and then he went and found Otacon, and then he made contact with her again, and now she's being controlled by Psycho Mantis.
Okay. And Psycho Mantis isn't the main threat of this whole thing. It's just a mobile nuclear platform.
Yes. So
Okay.
Psycho Mantis is controlling Meryl. And you have a whole boss fight with him. And he does this fun thing. You've probably seen it. He'll like say he's reading your mind. And what he's doing is reading your game card on the PlayStation.
Oh.
And if there's any games on the PlayStation that you've played that were also released by Konami, he'll comment on it. So he'll be like, "You've been playing Castlevania, haven't you?"
Oh.
Which is like a fun detail. And
This
then
blew my mind as a kid. Fucking hell yeah.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. It was really cool, and the way that and the thing is that he was invulnerable to your attacks because he could read your mind. And the way to counteract him was to unplug your controller from the player 1 slot and plug it into the player 2 slot, so he couldn't read your mind anymore, and then you could beat him.
Wait, why?
Because he couldn't read your mind anymore.
Yeah, but why?
Because he couldn't.
Because the player 2 slot?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that might as well be how that works.
I'm gonna take a drink for doing an impersonation.
He can only read player 1 slot, you fool. But why? Yes. Why can't he read player 2 slot?
Because player 2 is a different person. Yeah, thank you, V.
No, they said that he isn't a real person. Duh. But why couldn't he read a different person's? He could read multiple people's minds. What?
Anyways, so Snake beats Psycho Mantis. Meryl is free, and so the two of them start making their way further into the base when suddenly they're ambushed by Sniper Wolf, who shoots Meryl, wounding her. Basically an attempt to lure out Snake.
Okay. Aim to maim, classic style. Ghost snipers.
Yes, which works. They capture Snake.
Have you seen Full Metal Jacket?
Yes.
Oh my god. I gotta say, that's gotta be like Full Metal Jacket or Saving Private Ryan. Both have amazing scenes for aim to maim sniper combat.
I agree.
That shit.
I personally really enjoy Saving Private Ryan's, but
but no, that's a pretty crazy shit.
Yeah. But anyways, Snake is taken captive, and Liquid basically tells Snake that they are essentially twin brothers.
Wait,
he
who?
Does not. Liquid and Solid Snake. Liquid tells Snake that the two of them are twin brothers.
Okay.
And then Ocelot tortures Snake.
Why did Liquid Snake tell him he was twin brothers?
For fun.
Is that part of the torture?
No. He just does that before torturing him.
Does he do that to everyone who gets tortured?
I don't know. We don't see a lot of people who got tortured by them.
I would love if he does that to everyone who gets tortured. I would love if they did that to Meryl when they captured her. Liquid Snake rolls up. We're twin brothers.
We're not so different, you and I, twins and
And that's what caused her to become so self-conscious. She started aggressively overswaying her hips as she walked around. I'm not your brother. Look at these goddamn cheeks.
So, the player then has to survive getting tortured. So the player then has to survive getting tortured by Ocelot. It does impact the ending of the game because I believe Meryl will get killed if Snake rats her out. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Then after the torture session, you're dumped in a cell, and then you discover Donald Anderson's body. What? Why is it here? And why has it been dead for several days? And why does it look like it's had the blood sucked out of it?
So I'm actually a little curious. What is the mechanics of avoiding torture?
It's essentially like a button mash game, a simulation, if I remember.
Okay, so QTE of some form.
Yeah, like a QTE, yeah.
And if you fail it, Meryl Ass Swinger dies.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, mash the button to resist torture.
Okay.
So, the guy on the left, Donald Anderson, Snake is thrown into a cell and finds Donald Anderson's body, and it's been dead for several days and looks like it's been sucked of blood.
Okay. That's
right.
not one of the guys that got talked to that had a heart attack, right?
That is one of the guys that got talked to and had a heart attack. That's the first guy who got talked to and had a heart attack. But he only died a couple hours ago. And now you're seeing his body that's been moved to a different cell and has been dead for several days and has had his blood taken.
If you're about to tell me vampires are actually real, when I was making the joke about Liquid Snake being a vampire...
The man keeps predicting plot points.
I literally, when we were looking at the lineup, I'm like, yo, what's up with the vampire guy and Liquid Snake character? What the fuck ever?
I cannot believe that this man out here predicting plot points again.
Because he looks exactly... I don't know if you've seen... I'm actually trying to remember the name of this movie now. There's a movie where there's like a rock star and he frees the queen of vampires or something. I'm sorry, one second. Movie, rock star, queen of vampires.
Is it like
so have you seen the movie The Queen of the Damned, which came out in 2002?
I have not.
This is a whole movie about a dude who gets turned into a vampire, right? But he's like a rock star. So he's doing like this whole documentary about being a vampire. And he just looks exactly like the Liquid Snake. Like he's blonde. He like either doesn't wear a shirt or wears a fishnet shirt like the entire film. And he's all like, oh, I'm so tortured and ab covered, you know? And it's just the moment I saw Liquid Snake, I'm like, why does that look like the dude from Queen of the Damned? Is this like some sort of vampire character? And if it turns out he's a vampire, I have news for you. Kojima fucking loved Queen of the Damned.
No, Liquid is not a vampire. We'll get to that.
Okay.
So Snake escapes from his cell. He escapes from his cell. He fights off Liquid, who is piloting a Hind D helicopter. Liquid is presumed dead. Like the helicopter explodes. We don't hear from Liquid.
Okay. But he's a vampire, so he's fine.
After that, Snake fights Sniper Wolf. He kills her.
Who'd she shoot? She shot Meryl, right?
She shot Meryl.
Okay.
Yeah. Snake kills Sniper Wolf. Otacon suddenly pops in and goes, I was actually in love with her out of nowhere, and has a whole thing. And it's like, what? And this helps create the infamous line where Otacon asks Snake, do you think love can bloom on the battlefield?
Was Snake saying?
I don't remember. Hold on. I'll look up the whole quote. Hold on. I'll do the whole thing. Oh, I'm just gonna play the clip. Hold on.
Listen, I don't care if Solid Snake came out 4 years before Queen of the Dam. It's just an energy. It's just an energy about shirtless rocker boys being vampires.
All right, let me know if you can't hear it.
Okay. I'm not hearing anything.
I haven't done it yet. Hold on, I have to. Hold on, I'm exiting out of this.
Les enfants. Oh.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, I'm not getting any audio.
No audio?
No audio.
Hold on. How do I?
Ah,
Nope, that's not it.
I can see your
That's my
files. Ah. Bonus knowledge. While Snake's locked in with the corpse, Mr. Shits His Pants is the guard for the cell.
Yes, and remember, Mr. Shits His Pants. He's important.
Okay, I'll remember Mr. Shits His Pants. Thank you, Ultima. I didn't even have time to click on that name. God damn, boy, you quick.
All right, can you hear this?
Zero audio whatsoever. It's fine. Just let it play.
There's
We could
subtitles.
see the captions. You're incredible. Like a movie hero or something. No. You're wrong. In the movies, the hero always saves the girl. You mean Meryl? Sorry. Forget I said anything. Snake! There's something I really gotta ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever... Oh no, where'd it go? The video's gone. You son of a bitch.
Crap. Sorry.
I
Hold
was
on.
getting again. Hi, little pink. Don't worry, it'll be batshit insane regardless. Have you ever loved someone? That's what you can't ask me. No, I mean, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love. What are you trying to say? What do you think, Blue? Even on the battlefield? Yeah, I do. Anytime, any place, we can fall in love with each other. Fall in love with someone, never be able to protect them. I think so too. How was that?
Yeah, perfect. Dead on.
Hell yeah.
Dead on. All right, I need to full screen this slideshow. All right, so this is where the shipping between the two start, and it gets more and more blatant later. It absolutely does. I'm scared to click on this.
Don't click links. Never do it, Richard. Never do it.
I'm seeing this clip, Secret Emotions by Key and Peele. That's a good one. All right. So, all right, Sniper Wolf dead. Okay. Yeah. Otacon is like, I was in love with her completely off screen. We're not touching that. So, Snake then continues on to find Metal Gear Rex's hangar. He's ambushed by Raven. Snake kills him. Raven then reveals to Snake that the Anderson.
No. You said Snake
Yeah.
kills him. What do you mean he then reveals to Snake?
Okay, he defeats him, and as he's dying, Raven tells Snake that the Anderson that he was talking to was actually Decoy Octopus in disguise.
Oh.
So Decoy Octopus was telling Snake about stuff and died of a heart attack suddenly.
So, wait, did he actually die of a heart attack, or?
Yes.
Wait, no. So Decoy Octopus
Yes.
was pretending to be this dude, and then actually, coincidentally, just died of a heart attack?
Yes. Take a drink.
What?
Now,
I'll give you a
little bit of leeway. It's not a coincidence. We'll get to that.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay?
Yeah?
Okay. So, Snake then makes his way in. He's about to try to turn off Metal Gear when suddenly he starts
trying to blow up its legs.
No, he's trying to shut it off because he was ordered to not destroy it if possible because it is U.S. military tech.
Yeah, it's the U.S. Metal Gear, and putting nuke on legs is hard for the United States military.
Yes.
Okay.
So this entire time, right, Snake has been consulting his various advisors. We'll go back a page. He's been talking to these people at the top, right?
Yeah. Drill instructor, guy in charge of the operation, data analyst,
And
a doctor.
Correct. So this entire time, Naomi the doctor has been getting grilled by Master Miller, basically being like, "Where'd you say you were from again?" And she was like, "Oh, yeah, my grandfather worked for the FBI and he helped fight the mob in New York, and he was Japanese." And Miller
I'm sorry, I'm really trying to imagine asking so where are you from? My dad worked for the FBI. That's not even mildly related to the question I just asked you, but okay.
No, it gets better because Miller then contacts Snake later.
Mm-hmm.
One-on-one, privately, and he goes, "Something about her story doesn't make sense. The director of the FBI was a known racist and hated the Japanese."
This bitch is lying. Her dad was Japanese, and I know for a fact the guy in charge was really racist.
Yeah, so basically it turns out that Naomi is not who she says she is.
Is she Decoy Octopus?
No, but she is put under arrest for the time being. But then, as Snake gets ready, to try to disable Metal Gear, he gets called up by Master Miller again, who then goes, "I've actually have not been No, sorry. Let me go back. Colonel Campbell, the second guy, the guy in charge, he calls Snake and goes, "Master Miller has been dead for 3 days. We just found his body in his home."
Oh.
And the transmission for Master Miller that you've been talking to has been coming inside Shadow Moses the whole time.
Yeah, so that's Decoy Octopus.
No, it turns out that this entire time, Master Miller has been Liquid Snake.
So it hasn't been the guy who can mind control people. It hasn't been the guy who can perfectly disguise himself as other people.
Yeah.
It's been Solid Snake's related brother.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the thing is that he reveals this to Snake because Snake unknowingly, when he finally got all the key cards and input all the codes, he didn't disengage Metal Gear Rex. He actually activated it. He got done tricked. This is where
So I have a quick
this.
question, Richard.
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the movie? I think it's called Twins, starring
never
Arnold Schwarzenegger and
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
It's about they're twins, and one of them got all the bad genes, and one of them got all the good genes.
Stop predicting the plot.
Okay. Keep
Oh my
going.
So Liquid essentially reveals to Solid Snake that they were part of a secret government project called Les Enfants Terribles.
Was this after Project fucking Paperclip? What do you mean, Les Enfants Terribles?
So Liquid and Snake were developed by the US government to be clones of Big Boss using his genetic DNA.
Once again, they chose. So, of the group that included Big Boss, a guy who's a good soldier, and Psycho Mantis, a man with real, actual, measurable telekinetic and telepathic abilities. They said, we need to make more of Big Boss.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Avelki. We are doing a drinking game stream of Metal Gear lore. Eric, take a drink.
If you want the rules, it's in the top left corner.
I gotta take a piss.
I keep waiting for a moment for Richard to point out, no, you're right, Eric. That doesn't make sense. It's happened once. I've gotten him once. He's already guessed a few things. I don't know. Maybe I'm predicting vampires or something. So you're just streaming Metal Gear lore? Yeah, Valky. We're doing a little bit of a drinking game right now. Richard wanted to explain to me all of Metal Gear lore. And we got some rules over in the top left corner on my stream you can see about when I gotta drink. And I have not been having a good time of it. A lot of it doesn't make sense. It's a fun ride. Listen, I'm gonna maintain the most upsetting thing about the Metal Gear lore so far to me is the idea that a nuclear launch system having legs makes it more dangerous than a nuclear submarine or a nuclear bomber. That's fucking baffling. Hey, you don't know me, Ultima. You don't know what Shanghai is. You just know. Maybe I'm more sober than I've ever been. How could you tell?
I thought I was doing pretty good. I was like, this vodka ain't shit. And then I got up to go walk the dog, and I was like, oh shit.
No, what is great is last time I was at TwitchCon, I went out Korea barbecue with a few of like Junie's mods, like Nezuko and Kindred. And you know, when you're out at like Korean barbecue, you're at like a restaurant, you're eating, and we got some soju, and I drank like 2 bottles or whatever. Then at the end of the night, you know, everybody gets up, they start walking out. It was like halfway out of the restaurant, I suddenly felt my legs not cooperating with my mindset. But because I had just been sitting and chatting with people and just sipping on drinks the whole night, didn't feel at all drunk until the moment we were leaving, where suddenly all of my systems were actually trying to communicate with each other again. It was like, oh yeah, we're deep in it, bitch.
Yeah, I'm about 7 shots of vodka in. I'm doing all right.
What percentage you running on that vodka?
80%.
80. Damn. Well, I'm only 26 shots of 13% in, so
It's different. You have to take a full shot. I take a sip of the drink. I'm also sweating like the dickens because it's fucking hot here. Anyway, and the vodka is not helping. All right. One thing I want to point out, V has been completely right about this. The threatening thing is that the Metal Gears are essentially perfect stealth launchers. They can launch from anywhere and it's undetectable. That's the scary part.
okay, but why can't they just make an intercontinental ballistic missile launcher undetectable. What is it that the Metal Gear has that makes it... Because it's not its legs. Its legs
shooting-
doesn't make the missile undetectable.
It's firing a nuclear head from a rail gun rather than launching a rocket.
Okay, so it's because it is a railgun launching system. So the magnetic railgun launch is able to get a majority of the way to its target before it has to engage like rockets or something.
Yeah, essentially. It's the Metal Gearness, as Little Pink Bowser says.
Go fuck yourself, Pink. It's the Metal Gearness of the Metal Gears, if you think about it.
So, the Les Enfants Terribles is a program by the United States
Wait, let me
government to
guess.
create-
It's got to do with the terrible infants, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Nailed it.
So, Liquid then tells Snake that he's upset and has a chip on his shoulder. He hates Big Boss, and he hates Snake because Liquid was made from... He says that he was made from the recessive inferior genes of Big Boss, while Snake was made of the dominant better gene. So he
Wait,
was
no.
born with a chip on
The
his shoulder.
dominant genes or the better genes?
The dominant genes.
And the dominant genes are better?
That's kind of what they imply.
I got terrible news, Richard. Whoever wrote that is in fact racist. Not only racist, but they are I'm forgetting the term now. What is people who want to create breeding programs to make the perfect person? Chat, you
eugenicist.
know. Yeah, they are a eugenicist racist.
Yes.
Because, first of all, can I just say something? Can I just say,
Yeah.
for example, blue eyes? That's a recessive gene. And almost everybody thinks blue eyes are fucking awesome. Because, let's be honest, brown is kind of, as far as colors go, a pretty common color. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
So anyone who's like, listen, if it's a dominant gene, that means it has to be a better gene. Brown's a dominant gene.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got bad
It's-
news about whoever wrote this. I think they're a eugenicist.
You need to stop predicting the plot because we're gonna move on. Because
Wait, I just listen. All I said was if you think dominant genes are the best genes, you're a eugenicist racist. What do you mean I'm predicting the plot?
you'll see.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
All right. So
Little Pink, don't
Right.
even get me started. I'm still reeling from the fact that nobody's trying to clone Psycho Mantis.
Okay. So along with all of that,
Yeah?
it turns out Liquid reveals to Snake that he has been injected with something called Foxdie. Foxdie. It's a nanomachine virus that causes the cardiac arrest of various
Okay.
Foxhound members and different targets.
You've said two words. No. You've said two words
Yeah.
that upset. Do you know what two words you have said that upset me?
Nanomachine and virus.
Yeah, because those are two mutually exclusive things.
Yeah.
So wait, does the nanomachine have DNA or RNA?
The nanomachines are programmed to target specific people that Snake comes into contact with and give them a heart attack, killing them.
So why is it... does the game call it a virus, or did you call it a virus?
That's a drink, I think. I agree, Sour. That is a drink because Eric's getting...
No, wait. Was I right? Is it not called a virus by the game?
It's called a virus, but it's also nanomachines.
I'll take the drink then, because that's wrong! They're not a virus! Are they
You are-
overwriting the
Okay.
cells to
To
make them
clarify,
create
to
more
clarify.
nanomachines?
To clarify, every soldier has nanomachines running through their body.
Yes.
The Fox Die virus, the Fox Die is a set of nanomachines that, when come in contact with another person who they're programmed to attack, make their nanomachines kill you.
Wait, it gives the nanomachines the people have a
Say-
Oh wait,
say-
so it's not like it's like a computer virus.
Yes, it's a computer virus. Yes.
Fuck. Okay. Listen. Okay, so I'm just gonna say that this is unrelated to Metal Gear now. For anyone out there who's gonna write like a sci-fi setting, the fact that we use the term virus for both like a computer virus and for a biological virus, I'm not actually concerned about other settings making like nanomachines like you're talking about, and then using the term virus. Because if we're talking about nanomachines, I'm imagining like cellular machines in a bloodstream. So when I hear the term virus, I'm going to think about bloodstream viruses, like actual biological viruses. And I'm not going to think about computer viruses.
I'm
You
gonna
know?
take
So
a
I
drink.
wonder, I think sci-fi settings need to find some better way to separate these concepts as nanomachines become more popular. Because I think there is an inherent terminological confusion that emerges here, right?
Yes, they refer to it as a virus. I'm gonna take a drink because V is kind of correcting me in the chat. It's not a biological virus. It is a computer virus where the nanomachines that Snake's body are now causing the nanomachines in other people's bodies to fucking kill them with a heart attack.
Okay. But yeah,
I'm gonna
you know,
take
so
this
what
for-
I'm just
for-
talking
for
about now
leading
is
this
even a broader idea, because nanomachines are becoming more and more popular in settings, I would say, nowadays. Like, obviously this is even older than now, but I'd say now, right? Nanomachines are
Yeah.
becoming more popular. So
Yeah.
I do think people, like authors within sci-fi in particular, need to be careful, because although the terms refer to drastically different things, as nanomachines electronic integration with biological stuff becomes more and more common in sci-fi settings, I think there's gonna need to be some way to separate these, because these are gonna be a confusing and muddied idea at a certain point.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna move on because we're almost done with the first game. All right,
Okay.
So
Yeah.
So he reveals that Fox Die, Liquid reveals to Solid that Fox Die is a virus that was implanted in Snake by Naomi, the doctor. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
back so we can remember her face.
Yeah.
She put in a
The
virus
don't
to
get cold nano machines.
Yes, she also secretly put in him Fox Die to kill the DARPA chief Donald Anderson, Arms Tech, and various members of Foxhound who didn't get killed exclusively by Snake, and that's how
So
Octopus died.
yeah, so this computer virus, it detects people with nanomachines, and it
detects
tells
a
those
specific person.
nanomachines to kill them.
It detects someone's specific genetic code and then tells their nanomachines to kill them.
So it didn't matter what they were saying. Snake
it-
encountering them
Kills them.
triggered
Yes.
the virus.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay. That is how everyone who has died of a heart attack has died.
Okay.
Naomi reveals that the reason that she did this was because she was looking to kill pretty much everyone here involved as revenge for her brother being killed. Her brother being...
Wait,
Great.
can I get... Fuck you! That was who
Wait.
I was gonna guess.
I'll give it to you. You guessed correctly. You did.
You said brother, and I'm like, alright, I gotta guess. There's only two characters that are important dead characters right now, and they are Big Boss and Gray Fox.
Yeah.
So I want to
Gray-
guess on this because I feel pretty confident it'd be Gray Fox, but
Yeah. Gray Fox reveals to Snake that they're not biological siblings. In fact, Gray Fox got involved in, I think, the Liberia Civil War and
Okay.
killed both of her parents.
she's
and
Liberian?
adopted her- I think so. Anyways, in some civil war, and he killed her parents and adopted her as her older brother.
Wait.
and couldn't take the guilt of being the fact that he killed her parents. So when he was like quote unquote killed,
Yeah?
he kind of just disappeared off the face of the
Which
earth. So that
time?
way, like the second time
Okay.
when he was killed, quote unquote, and became the cyborg ninja, he
This
was
is
kind of hoping Naomi
Zanzibar
would.
time, not
Yes,
Outer
and he was
Heaven
kinda-
time.
Yes, and he was kind of hoping that Naomi would move on from him, and she, in fact, did not. So Snake reveals to Naomi, like, hey, he didn't die, and he wants you, but he is actually gonna die now because he dies in the Snake and Liquid controls Metal Gear Rex. Snake beats it up with the
Mhm.
help of Gray Fox. Gray Fox fucking dies in the conflict, and he's like, tell Naomi to fucking forget about me.
Okay.
And Naomi is like, damn, okay. Liquid and Snake are about to like
Does
fight
he
to
tell
the
her
death.
he got turned into Cyborg Ninja, or
Snake reveals all of that to her, and she starts crying.
and
all
he
that
doesn't
shit.
think that's gonna cause her to now be angry at the people that turned him into Cyborg Ninja?
We'll get to that.
Because I'm gonna say right now, from the outside, it feels like the actual result of telling her about Cyborg Ninja is now this woman who wants revenge for her brother's death would now want revenge for his torture by the people who turned him into Cyborg Ninja.
She didn't know that he was turned into Cyborg Ninja.
Yeah, but you just said Snake told her he was turned into Cyborg Ninja.
Yes, just now. Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels like the result of telling her he was turned into Cyborg Ninja would transfer her anger at him being dead to her anger at him being tortured by the people who turned him into Cyborg Ninja.
Correct, it does. We'll get to that.
What did Snake think would happen? Telling her, no, he was alive. He was just tortured for years by these people. But you should
Yes.
get over it.
I want to comment on Little Pink Bowser. Just talk to people. Why does all this interpersonal drama have to happen like within walking distance of multiple nukes?
Remember, no, Little Pig, that's because nukes aren't a threat in this universe. Only things that can launch nukes are a
Nukes launch
threat.
them stealthily, more stealthily than any other weapons platform.
Homie's
Okay.
never heard of someone walking a nuke to a location.
Yeah, you haven't.
Listen, if it's about stealth, I'm just saying, they must be terrified by the concept of someone just carrying a nuke.
So Naomi reveals to Snake that he was also supposed to die
Yeah.
from the fox die virus.
I'm also going to take a drink just for that whole interaction that
Yeah,
happened.
I'm taking one too. Snake was supposed to die from the fox die virus as well. Like the idea was that she was
What?
going to kill everyone involved, and that was going to be her revenge. Okay.
Okay, no, I need to back up. So she injected him with the computer virus.
Yes.
The computer virus triggers on encountering people with a genetic marker.
Correct.
It then causes that genetic marker to kill itself.
Yes.
Why would she think that would trigger Snake to kill himself? What?
Yep. Take a drink.
No! Answer the question before I take a drink.
So, they don't get into it.
They don't get into it?
Well,
Are
here's the
you
thing.
sure?
Here's the thing. We'll get actually, this transitions into my final point. It is then revealed that actually Liquid, who remember was really upset of being a clone of Big Boss with the recessive genes, actually had the dominant genes, and it was Solid Snake who had the recessive genes.
Hold on. Isn't Liquid blonde?
Yes,
And Solid has brown hair.
correct.
Which one had the dominant genes?
Liquid.
Had the
blonde
dominant blonde
Dominant
genes.
Correct. That's why
While
I said
Solid had the recessive
Solid has the recessive
brown
genes.
hair
Correct.
genes.
Yes, correct.
All right.
Yes. Take a drink, buddy. So,
I just did. Don't worry.
take 2 drinks for getting mad. You sound aggravated. So,
Mhm.
all right.
So,
So-
all right.
Liquid then dies of a heart attack.
Is it by this virus?
Yes. So
I'm still
Naomi
waiting for
thought-
one person to have this just at bad timing, honestly.
V, I want you to double check yourself because that is incorrect. Solid has the recessive genes. Liquid has the.
All right, hold
the
up, hold
dominant
up,
genes.
hold up. We might have a Richard has to drink moment here.
We'll see. I'm confident I'm correct.
Let's hear solid
I-
versus liquid snake dominant genes. Here's a liquid was initially believed to be the recipient of Big Boss's dominant genes, while Solid Snake was thought to possess the recessive genes. However, this was a misdirect. Liquid Snake actually carries the dominant genes, while Solid Snake carries the recessive ones. This
Told ya.
revelation is a key plot point, highlighting things of perception, identity, and the complexities of genetics.
Told you. Where'd you get that from?
Fucking Google AI overview.
Let me double check.
Let's hear. If liquid snake is dominant, why is he blonde? In Metal Gear Solid, Liquid Snake's blonde hair is a bit of a plot inconsistency, as it doesn't align with the game's narrative of him possessing dominant genes. Liquid Snake believes he has the recessive genes, making him inferior to Solid Snake, who thinks he has the dominant ones. However, blonde-haired Jay is considered to be a recessive gene, while brown hair is dominant. This discrepancy is likely due to the misunderstanding of genetics by the game's creator, Hideo Kojima.
Yeah.
Or
So
a
that's-
deliberate choice made to make the characters visually distinct.
Now, again, also V, to correct you, Big Boss had no say in the creation of the Les Enfants Terribles. In fact, we'll get into that, but this causes a large schism between him and other people. He did not want that program to happen. He was not involved in Les Enfants Terribles. I'm just going to put that right there. I am very
All right.
confident. I'm not drinking on that.
I'm sorry,
He
I
is
have to
wrong.
share just a Reddit theory. Our current leading theory on Reddit is that Big Boss dyed his hair to appear more masculine, and actually had 100% blonde genes,
Oh my God.
so he wouldn't have the dominant brown-haired gene for Snake to inherit.
Okay. So again, it's back on plot. I'm not drinking because V is wrong. Liquid did have the dominant genes. Hideo Kojima is just wrong about how genetics work. Anyways. So
Yeah.
Liquid dies of a heart attack. Naomi reveals that Snake was supposed to die, but she used Liquid's DNA as the base for the Fox Die targeting programming. But because they are using quote unquote the different types of genes, the virus didn't target Snake, so he was left unaffected.
No. 1 second. So she used someone else's genes and
Yes.
thought they would target Snake.
She thought that Liquid and Snake were identical. She thought that they used the exact same DNA.
Just they looked different and had different traits, but they had the same DNA. Was
That's what
her
Naomi thought.
assumption.
Was her assumption. Take a drink, buddy.
Why is everyone in this story an idiot?
So,
Is anyone in
Yeah.
this story actually intelligent?
no,
Or is it just
We're-
idiots all the way down?
it's idiots all the way down. We're moving on.
Okay.
So Liquid dies of a heart attack. Snake,
Yeah.
Meryl, and Otacon escape Shadow Moses. Credits roll. But we get a hint of if you remember, the only person who survived was Revolver Ocelot, who is then heard on a phone call with someone called Solidus, who is at the time the United States president, and that's where the game ends.
So I know we talked about you had to plug in your controller to the different port in
Yes.
order to counter Psycho's ability. Did Psycho
Yes.
die? Because we didn't actually say that he died.
Psychomantis died. Yeah, Psychomantis died. He is
Okay.
everyone is dead except for Revolver Ocelot.
So did he like die in that fight or?
Yeah, he died in that fight.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
take a drink. We're on to Metal Gear Solid 2.
All right, we're how many games in?
3.
We're 4 games in. We're starting our 4th
we-
game.
We are entering our 4th game. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Metal Gear Solid 2, The Sons of Liberty. We open
Yeah.
on an oil tanker in outside of, like, within the ocean perimeter of New York.
All right,
Solid
New York
Snake.
oil tanker owned by America.
Yes, in America. New York
Okay.
City oil tanker. Solid Snake infiltrates this oil tanker to discover a Russian military group, like a squad, more like a unit, like a Russian military unit. Hold on. What did V say? Okay, apparently Twin Snakes remake really fucks some of the plot up, and this wiki needs to be edited as it's very inconsistent. As it says, Big Boss is involved in the close of the page for the Shadow Moses incident, which was true in the Twin Snakes, but that he wasn't involved in Les Enfants Terribles page, and that's because of the Twin Snakes game. Yeah, Twin Snakes kind of fucks things up. I promise you, I am correct. This isn't an ego thing. This is just me being very much sure that I'm right about.
Okay,
this.
so Russian Spetsnaz have
Not
taken
Spetsnaz.
over a U.S.
Hold
oil
on, not
tanker.
Spetsnaz. Very specifically, not Spetsnaz.
Wait, specifically not Spetsnaz?
I bring this up because we'll get to that in Metal Gear 3. It's a military unit controlled under a specific man. Hold on, I'm looking up his name.
Wait, this isn't. Fuck. What's the division that operates mostly in Africa? Their leader was killed last year.
No,
Fuck. What is that group now? Russian.
it's okay. It's not an official
Unit.
government body. It's
Military.
Russian mercenaries. It's
Yeah.
a mercenary.
A private
It's not-
military contractor?
Yes, it's a private military contractor under a Colonel Gerlukovich, second in commanded by his daughter Olga.
Ah,
This
the
is a
Wagner
military-
group.
Yes, essentially, yeah.
Okay,
So
so the
a-
Wagner group has taken over a U.S. oil rig.
Yes. So a U.S. oil rig.
Okay.
There's a U.S. oil rig which has Russian mercenaries led by a Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga, his second in command. And guess who else is there? But Revolver Ocelot.
Uh-huh.
And they're there.
They still call him Revolver, even though he's missing his shooting hand.
They just kind of call him Ocelot, but he has his right arm back. He has his right arm back.
What?
We'll get into it. give me 2 seconds. So essentially these Russian mercenaries and US soldiers are unveiling a new Metal Gear called Metal Gear Ray. I'm going to pull up a picture of Ray.
Important question. Are they also
Yes.
unveiling a new nation?
No.
Okay, thank goodness.
I'm going to pull up a picture of Metal Gear Ray. Hold on.
Metal Gear Ray.
Yes. This is what
Not
they're
to be confused with Rex.
This is Metal Gear Ray.
Okay.
This bad boy right here, you see him, the turtle looking
Yeah.
fucker?
I'm sorry, the what?
The turtle looking fucker?
Turtle.
That looks like a turtle. No, he's got a tail. Not a turtle.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lizardy.
You look at
Lizardy.
this and you see turtle.
No, I see like a little lizard man. Lizard man looking. motherfucker.
Lizard.
Yeah, a little lizard man. He's got a tail. Look at him.
Dude has arms and legs. What do you
He's a quarterback.
continue? I don't even know where to begin at the thought that you called this thing turtle looking. So I want to move on.
Not a turtle. He kind of looks like a lizard. He's amphibious. So they unveil Metal Gear Ray. The reason why Snake is there is because Snake left in between the events of 1 and 2. Snake has left the U.S. military and with Otacon formed.
Because he retired after the first game, right?
After the first game and second game.
Okay. So he retired after the third game.
Yes, and now he's operating a NGO.
Do any of these games go over how they got him to unretire, or do they just accept he's unretired at the point that the game starts?
No. They're just like, we pulled you out of retirement, Snake.
Okay.
Hope you didn't miss Snake before the events of Metal Gear Solid. Snake was running a dog mushing operation out of Alaska.
Okay.
He had like 50 dogs.
So multiple mush teams.
Yes. Anyway, V is right. Ray does not have nuclear capabilities.
Oh, so nobody cares.
Yes, but here's the thing. Snake and Otacon form an NGO, a non-government organization called Philanthropy, which with the express mission statement of investigating the creation of new Metal Gears and revealing them to the public. So Snake is there on this oil tanker to get proof of Ray's existence. However, in the middle of being on the oil tanker, he runs into Olga, the second in command.
Yeah, the daughter.
The daughter. She reveals that she's pregnant. Oh no! And then Snake beats her.
No, what do you mean? Oh no! Why does it matter that she's pregnant?
Because she's about to be in a really threatening situation, and Snake beats her the fuck up and knocks her out.
So it's oh no because we know Snake is about to beat a pregnant woman?
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
Snake then beats up a pregnant woman.
Okay.
And knocks her out. He then proceeds to infiltrate the oil tanker to take photos of Ray. While he's there, Ocelot shows up as like an intermediary between the U.S. military and the Russian mercenaries with a new stitch-on arm that is revealed to be... Do we know that she's pregnant before knocking her out? Yes, because Snake overhears a conversation between her and her father on the phone, revealing that she's pregnant and that her father wants her to leave and get out of danger because she's pregnant.
In response to that conversation, Snake starts punching her exclusively in the stomach.
Yeah, Snake just is like, I will abort. Anyways, yes, we do know that she's pregnant before knocking her out. So Snake infiltrates to take photos of Ray. While he's doing that, he is uncovered by Ocelot, who is revealed that he has a new arm that is the right arm of Liquid that he has transplanted onto himself.
Okay, no, so Liquid died in the last game.
Yes.
How did he die? When did he die? Where did he die?
Heart attack. He died of a heart attack right at the end of the game.
Okay. And Snake just left him where he died?
Yeah, Snake just, well...
And Ocelot walked up and cut off his arm and took it with him?
Yes. I got pissed. I'll be right back.
Okay. How you doing, V? You understand my confusion at this? But okay, apparently Twin Snakes remake really fucks some of the plot. So is Twin Snakes remake like a spin-off game, just a remake of a main game, or what is that? How are y'all doing? What am I at? 30. I'll let you know what I'm at. 2 bottles down, and I'm like I'm very early into my 3rd bottle. 3 bottles of soju feels like crazy amount for me to already be in, though. Excuse me. I gotta ask, have my questions been ridiculous? Because I feel like my questions have been very sensible up to this point.
Get another drink.
Those are the questions are understandable. Thank you, V. I appreciate that. Whoa. Hey, Ultima. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Twin Snakes is a remake of Metal Gear Solid and seems to really fuck the plot. Oh, no. You gotta hate it when remakes fuck the plot. Especially when they're not Disney remakes. Everybody expects Disney remakes to fuck the plot. Disney never respects any of their plots.
Okay, I'm back.
How you doing?
You're doing good. I'm feeling it. And I'm gonna take a drink.
Take a drink for feeling it.
Feeling it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ocelot notices Snake.
Yeah.
He has Liquid's right arm attached to his body. We'll get to that. You just gotta let it pass this time.
Okay, no, then just only one question. In the
Yes.
moment that he has his arm,
Yes.
in the game, do we know whose
Yes.
arm he has?
We don't at the moment, but
Cool.
that is resolved by my next
Cool.
sentence because as soon as Ocelot sees Snake, he is then possessed by the spirit of Liquid through his arm.
What the fuck do you mean the spirit of Liquid?
Ocelot's arm starts twitching, and then suddenly Liquid starts talking through Ocelot to Snake, and then he fucks up the entire operation happening on the boat. He shoots Olga's dad, killing him, as well as the U.S. Marine person who is also there. He just fucking kills both of them, and then he hijacks Metal Gear Ray and sinks the oil tanker. And by all accounts, we are led to believe that Solid Snake dies in this incident. It is published in the news.
Yeah?
Snake is blamed as a terrorist for it. And by all accounts, we think that Snake is dead, sinking an entire oil tanker.
Okay.
When I say that Liquid was possessed, I mean that his arm starts going like this. He goes, "Oh, oh," and then he starts talking with a British accent, calls Snake brother, all of Liquid's, mannerisms, and then he fucks off.
Question.
Yes.
Does Ocelot react in a way to imply that this is the first or not the first time?
The first.
All right.
It is not until he lays eyes on Solid Snake that he does it.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we then cut to several months later.
Oh, okay, cool.
The oil tanker has shut down. So the government,
Really?
so
The one that blew up?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a massive oil spill in off the shore of New York City.
Okay. Wait, what happened to Ray?
Ray gone. Ocelot stole it.
Okay. But
Ray's
then
gone. Ocelot's
didn't Snake have pictures of it?
Yeah, and those pictures did get leaked because they were sent to Otacon, who was operating off, from a computer fucking somewhere.
Okay, and the result of seeing the photos of a Metal Gear at this specific oil rig still lead to people thinking Snake was a terrorist.
Correct. We'll get to that. So we then cut to a new operative who is infiltrating a massive oil cleanup. Essentially, imagine an oil rig in the ocean, but it's actually supposed to be cleaning up oil in the ocean. So just imagine an offshore oil rig.
Hero, happy Father's Day. I'm 31 drinking.
I'll drink. Oh, another drink.
Who's the guy on the left side of the screen? I feel I'm gonna love him. This is Richard. We've had a couple of collabs together, mostly Portal up to this point. He's an IRL friend of mine. Actually, an IRL friend of Junie. We all went to the same high school together.
We sure did. Fuck. Okay, I'm on my 10th shot of vodka and I'm dying.
Oh, you're on your 10th shot, are you? You're on your
Yeah.
10th drink. Damn, that must be
You're
rough.
drinking so what is it, like 25%? I don't want to fucking hear it. Shut the fuck up.
We're sorry you're at
After-
10 drinks in, man. I'm real sorry for that. That
No,
must be
actually,
very hard for you to manage.
I didn't bully Eric into friendship. We met in theater, and before that, we met in football. We bonded.
Yeah, we were
over
actually
the
football
show.
buddies first, which is the most funny
We
part.
met we
Because I don't
bonded-
think we interacted once in football.
We bonded in football over the show Deadliest Warrior.
Did we?
We did. We talked about.
Because
we would talk
I'm just going to
about
be fully honest with you, Richard. I have no memory of talking to anyone
that
in
is how
colony
you and I-
football.
You and I met at Colony Football. We talked about Deadliest Warrior a lot, and then you left after you broke your arm for the billionth time.
Four.
And then I joined theater, and then we became best friends. That's how we met.
All right.
Yeah, I'm never good. I have work tomorrow, and boy howdy, I only have like 5 sick days. I'm not using them for this. I'll just deal with the hangover. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
deepest of lore. Eric is becoming king of this.
I'm gonna need the argument for that one. What do you mean Canadian? Did I say sorry?
You did. You did. You said something to that effect. Alaskans.
What do you mean
sound kind of
something to that
Canadian.
effect? No, Richard. What do you mean
Alaskans
something to that
sound-
effect? No, that was a hyper-specific example I used.
That's not my job. My job is to continue the story of Metal Gear.
All
and I'm gonna
right,
do
so
that.
we have 1 second. Let me go left to right on
Yeah,
this. We have
Just know that you
Captain
do this, you have to
Michael
take a drink.
Morbius.
Yeah,
We have the Underminer.
sure.
We have Leotard McGee.
Yeah.
And we have Dracula.
We'll go over that. We'll get to that.
Okay,
So,
cool. No. How close am I on these characters?
actually, really close on one of them.
Cool. Understood. He's morbid.
Morbius.
He is more. Look at that. That's Dr. Michael Morbius right there.
So you're more correct than you think. Anyways, so okay.
Yeah.
So several months later, there's an operation to clean up the oil spill from the sunk tanker that Solid Snake is being blamed for sinking. We'll get to
Months
that.
later, there's a cleanup.
Yes.
Okay.
So, on this offshore oil cleanup rig, Agent Solid Snake then renamed to codename Raiden, who is this blonde motherfucker, is our new player character. Fans are upset.
What do you mean renamed? Isn't Solid Snake a dude?
He enters under the codename Solid Snake, and then when he makes contact with the oil rig, Colonel Campbell, who is his handler, tells him, "We're renaming you to Raiden."
Why was he originally named Solid Snake if that was
fuck with
already
you.
a guy?
To fuck with you as a player, hoping that you were going to play as Solid Snake.
Was he a fan of Solid Snake? Did he randomly come up with the exact same code name?
He did not choose his name, and we'll actually get. So Raiden has never, according to him, at this moment, at the beginning of the game, has claimed that he has never experienced actual combat. All of his training was based off of VR simulations, including simulations of Solid Snake's experience at Shadow Moses from the first game.
Yeah. Wait, Shadow Moses wasn't the first game.
The first Solid game.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm going to tell you this for right now. We're not going to refer to 1
We'll
and 2
get to
for a
that.
while.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Raiden. Oh, fuck.
Yeah?
All right. Okay.
Wait, this
So-
is the second appearance of Raiden in the universe?
Is it? Lil Pink, you're going to have to explain that to me because I don't know what you're fucking talking about. So.
Wait,
Raiden
question, and there's an important shot in the dark here, okay?
Yes.
Is Raiden Soldier shits his pants?
No.
No.
We're not going to hear back from Soldier Shits His Pants until Metal Gear 4.
Okay. We hear back from seeing your shits his pants in Metal Gear 4?
We do, yeah, we do.
Okay.
Metal Gear
And Metal
4.
Gear 4 is which game in the series?
It is chronologically the last game in the series. It's
So
the
game
second to last
8?
game. It'll be the second to last game we talk about.
7?
7, yeah.
Okay.
So, Raiden is tasked with infiltrating the oil cleanup facility because the president of the United States,
Yeah.
along with other personnel, were sent to go were sent on like a publicity stunt, essentially to like check out and do a like inspection of the facility.
Yeah.
When suddenly a Black Ops team called Dead Cells captures the oil rig and holds everyone hostage. Let's get into the cast of Dead Cells. Dead Cells is I'm so fucked.
Is a turn-based tile real-time strategy.
I'm gonna watch that video, Little Pink. I appreciate it. Dead Cells was a military group that was formed to essentially perform terrorist operations to test U.S. military response.
Okay. And they
were
kidnapped the president.
They went rogue and have now kidnapped the president of the United States.
Okay.
Their members consist, we're going to go left to right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dr. Michael Morbius.
His name is Vamp. He is the
Wait!
vampire.
No. No. The character I called Dr. Michael Morbius is called Vamp.
Yeah, I'm going to drink to that. Take a drink too. They are fake OP4 until they become OP4. Yeah, essentially, Little Pink. Yeah. Their essential creation was to run like simulated terrorist attacks to test U.S. responses.
Okay.
Until they turned actual terrorists.
So what does Morbius do?
Yeah, he's called Vamp not because he's he's not a literal vampire. He uses knives to stab people and he licks the blood because he's a fucking freak, but he doesn't actually gain any sustenance from it. He has super strength, increased regen factor, and can run on water, and has enhanced agility, and he's a fucking freak. And it's all because he has nanomachines that do that for him. And
Okay, what do nanomachines do that allow him to run on water?
Yes.
All right, we're on to the Underminer.
So that is named Fat Man. He is the quote-unquote Emperor of Explosives. Whatever the plot demands, Eric. Yeah, Lil Pink is right. So he is essentially the world's best explosives expert. He does not give a shit about anything except for being given the opportunity to create and disperse the world's best bombs.
Okay.
He's very simple. He just likes blowing shit up. He in fact, by the age of 10 years old, created his own nuclear bomb.
Gotcha. Next, we have definitely not Sniper Wolf.
Lady Fortune, or maybe it's Miss Fortune. Fuck, what's her name?
No, that's League of Legends.
She might just be called Fortune. She's just called Fortune. Okay, so her name is Fortune. She blames Snake for killing her father. And anytime any kind of bullet or any kind of thing that's going to hurt her is fired at her, it just goes into a completely different direction. It just whiffs.
So she's Domino.
She also carries a massive fuck-off rail gun and shoots people with it.
Okay.
And finally, we'll get to that last guy. So
Dracula.
We'll get to him. We're going to pause on him for a second because that's a big reveal. So Raiden is essentially tasked with
Wait, can I ask?
Yes.
That's not Big Boss, is it?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't make "we'll get to that" its own drinking phrase, because I think both of those would be dead by now. But finally, Albert Wesker, but twice as big. So, Raiden is tasked with infiltrating the facility. He joins and he runs into oh my god, I completely forgot to mention in Metal Gear Solid 1 the Secretary of Defense goes crazy and and plans to nuke Shadow Moses and then gets arrested.
Okay.
That's it. Just wanted to
Cool.
mention that real quick.
Like normal nuke or like Metal Gear nuke?
Normal nuke. Like he sends planes.
Okay. And they can detect the planes, but not the Metal Gear.
Yes.
Cool. Just making sure I understand.
So, oh no, go back. No, go back. Okay, so I'm gonna bring him up. Metal
Right.
Gear. So
Yeah.
Raiden infiltrates. Raiden infiltrates. The oil rig and runs into two individuals right off the back. One is a man who calls himself Iroquois Pliskin, and the other is Iroquois Pliskin.
Pliskin. Okay.
Yes.
Not to be confused with Raven fucking Inupiaq, right?
It was just Vulcan Raven.
Okay.
So he runs into Pliskin, who claims to be a Navy SEAL, who's also there doing the same mission that Raiden is. At the same time, he also runs into a man who is, what's his name? I gotta check the thing.
This is a blatant reference to an American action movie, by the way. Really?
Yes, it's
All right, I'm gonna give you a minute to set up, Richard, because I gotta piss, because I'm like 3 bottles in at this point.
Yeah, you go piss. You gotta piss. Hi, chat. You're stuck with me now. I'm so sorry for that. How are you guys doing? I think we're doing a great job. I'm also blasted out of my fucking mind. So, it's already been lots of pissing. Well, you drink as much as we have and try not pissing, Ultima. Just saying. Okay. So, wait, hold on. What am I looking at? That's it. Okay. My familiarity with MGS is a vague understanding of the overall arcing plot with no knowledge of the details. Yeah, so we're doing like a medium Little Pink. We're doing a medium mix. We're hitting like the major plot points, but we're not getting into the nitty gritty because I don't want to cover, every single thing Raiden does from point A to point B. Most of the time, I'm guessing. Sure. Yeah, we are bladder maxing Ultima, and I'm failing. I got itty bitty baby bladder, baby bladder. Welcome back.
How long do you
Yes.
think you could be pissing before you became concerned?
The longest I've pissed was a full minute.
Did you become concerned at any point?
Yeah, around the 30-second mark.
30 seconds. You know what's interesting? I think 30 seconds is the average piss length.
I don't know what to tell you. I pissed for a full minute. I got scared.
I think I become intrigued after 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think I become openly concerned somewhere after a minute. I think I'm willing to accept within myself that I can piss for a minute, but I'm like, damn, I have not pissed recently enough. So I'm not like bodily concerned, but I'm like behaviorally concerned at 1 minute. Once we get beyond 1 minute, I start becoming a little more pointedly concerned.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would react if I pissed for more than 2 minutes.
I would call a doctor at that point.
So would you like run to a phone pissing across the carpet or?
Yeah.
Really? So at 2 minutes, you're like, I'm pissing everywhere. I need a doctor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather clean up
I'll
the
be
piss
honest,
than
I
die.
will be 100% like, I need to call a doctor at 2 minutes. I don't know if I'm at the point where I'm willing to piss on everything to call a doctor yet.
I would piss on everything. I have a very big fear of death, so I would piss everywhere.
I'm curious now because I think I would have to go beyond 3 minutes before I'm willing to piss on everything to call a doctor.
Valid.
You don't take your phones to the back, bitch. What do you think is my goddamn camera capturing my face? I don't have my phone in the goddamn bathroom when I'm streaming.
I do take my phone. I would have my phone with me, but if I needed to go into another room to call, I would piss on everything.
At 2 minutes, you said.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Damn. Okay. Okay.
As the song goes, only got 2 minutes to save the world. We only got 2 minutes to call your doctor after pissing. Where was I? Okay, so Raiden runs into a man called Peter Stillman who worked for the New York City Police Bomb Disposal Department. He turns out to be the person who trained Fat Man on how to make and dispose bombs. Fat
All right.
Man exclusively showed up here today to make a bomb that would stump Peter Stillman.
Also, I'm sorry. This is fully removed. V? What do you mean? Y'all don't take your phones to the bathroom even when you're pissing? No! I've never gone to the bathroom to piss and been like, damn, I'm gonna need my phone with me for this piss. Richard, have you ever been, like, you had your phone doing something? Let's say you had your phone charging, right? So you would have had to have specifically grabbed it to bring it with you. Have you ever grabbed your phone to bring it with you to piss?
No.
No. V? No one brings their phone with them for a piss. For a number two? Sure. I get it. If you know you're going to piss, no one brings their phone with them.
You good? All right, let's get back to it. All right, so
Yeah. So Bomb Boy came here specifically.
Raiden runs into a man called Peter Stillman who worked for the NYPD bomb disposal unit. He trained Fat Man in how to do bomb shit. Fat Man only agreed to fucking show up to do this whole rendezvous if he could fuck around with Stillman to prove that he's the ultimate bomb boy. Raiden, along with the help of Pliskin, who's totally not Solid Snake, then defeat Fat Man, freezing all of his bombs and getting rid of the threat. Okay? Cool.
Did Fat Man prove that he was a better bomb man than this guy?
I mean, they both die, so like kind of.
Well, no, because it was Pliskin and Raiden who took care of his bombs, right?
I would say no, because Raiden was only able to stop him with the help of Stillman.
Okay. All right.
So after defeating Fat Man, Raiden runs into the cyborg ninja, but it's not Gray Fox.
Does he look the same?
He looks exactly the same.
Cool. Okay.
Raiden then okay.
That's
Raiden
not a
then
good sentence.
I'm trying. So Raiden then discovers the current president of the United States, President Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay? President Johnson then asks Raiden, "Are you here sent by the Patriots?" And Raiden goes,
"Don't tell him.
The who?
Don't tell him, Pink."
What? My camera's fuck. Did that fix it? Did I do it, Dad? Yeah. So. Raiden finds President Johnson. That didn't fix it. Hold on.
No, you're good.
Wait,
You're good. You're
I'm
good.
good. Okay.
He's
That's it.
delayed.
Thank you. I'm good. Okay. President. Pull
Yeah,
up the
no,
picture.
I'm with V on this one.
Yeah, I get you. Okay. President Johnson. Right?
Yeah,
runs into
Lyndon B.
President
Johnson.
No, different. Lyndon B. Johnson is in Metal Gear 3. We'll get to that. So, Raiden runs into President Johnson, and Johnson goes, "Are you with the Patriots?" And Raiden goes, "Who?" And Johnson goes, "You know, the Lale Lule Lo."
Hold up.
I'm gonna drink. I'm
Sure.
gonna drink that.
So you're telling me the president encountered someone he didn't recognize
Yes.
and then asked them if they were part of a group, and then
Yes.
when they clearly didn't recognize it, gave away the code name and call sign of this secret military group.
So we'll get into who the Patriots are, but technically, the phrase "Lale Lule Lo" is actually what low-ranking members will refer to the Patriots as, to prevent them from saying the actual name. So the actual secret group name is the Patriots. But if anyone who's not authorized to say that name tries to say it, they'll say the Lale Lule Lo.
Okay. They'll just say that instinctually?
Their nanomachines will prevent them from saying it.
Okay, and those nanomachines will make them say
The
La
Lale
Le
Lule Lo.
Lule Lo.
Yes. Yes. The president is here doing an inspection on the oil cleanup.
No,
And
he's here kidnapped, isn't he?
He got kidnapped because he happened to be here doing an inspection.
No. You're telling me he happened to be. This wasn't the plan of the group who kidnapped it to get the president?
All right, so I'm actually going to get to that right now. The president reveals that he was actually rebelling against the Patriots. The Patriots are a secret organization that controls the U.S., kind of the whole world, but mostly the U.S. They control information, the economy, who's going to be president. They are the shadow government. And the only reason that President Johnson is the president is because he swore fealty to them. And then he signed up with Dead Cell to essentially rebel against them because he wanted to be an official member of the Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Stealing that from V. He wanted to be part of the Lale Lule Lo. And so he thought, okay, if I use the secrets that are here, if I use the secrets here, we'll get to the secrets. But if I use the secrets that are here and team up with Dead Cells, I can strong arm myself into becoming a new member of the Patriots. So he
being
thinks that
a member
Raiden-
of the Patriots is more valuable than being the president.
Yeah, they picked the president.
But if he is the president, he's already been picked.
Yes. But he wants to be the picker.
He doesn't want to be president. He wants to
No,
pick
he
the
wants-
next president.
Yes.
Okay.
So he then reveals that the oil rig that they're on, which is called Big Shell, is not actually an oil cleanup. It's
Shell?
actually
Wait, it's a
it's
Shell
Big
oil rig?
It's called Big Shell.
Okay, so
And
it's a
it's
Shell oil
actually-
rig?
Yes, and it's actually a facade to hide a massive submersible mobile fortress called Arsenal Gear.
No, wait. A stationary oil rig is
It's a
built
front.
to conceal
Yes.
a mobile
Yes.
submerged base.
Correct.
By idiots or...
By the Patriots, baby.
And they're idiots, right? Because they're like, the best way to hide a mobile base is a stationary location.
We'll get to that. So,
I'm drinking for that. That's so fucking stupid. No, what? Look, we have a mobile base. It can be anywhere. So we're gonna hide it by making it only in one place.
so it turns out that the mobile base is holding a massive AI called GW. He
Okay.
explains that the leader of Dead Cells is actually a man known as
Big
Solidus Snake.
boss. Oh, sorry.
Solidus Snake, who is a perfect clone of Big Boss using both the
Wait, I was right?
massive genes. You were right. And Solidus Snake was the previous president of the United States before Johnson was, as President George Sears.
Did none of the games encompass that time?
It did. He was president during the time of Metal Gear Solid.
Wait,
That
so
was
he
who-
was president at the same
Yes.
time that
That the
he was
Shadow
an
Moses
agent
incident.
infiltrating Shadow Moose.
No. He was president at the time that Shadow Moses was happening. And then he joined Dead Cells after he rebelled against the Patriots, who then made him lose his election for president and replaced him with President Johnson.
But wasn't it Solid Snake who was infiltrating Shadow Moses?
No. Solid Dust. Solid Dust. Solid Dust Snake. SOLIDUS Snake.
So Solid Dust Snake was president, or Solid Dust Snake infiltrated Shadow Moses?
Solid Dust Snake was president.
Okay. And that's a completely different person from Solid Snake.
Yes, this is Solid Dust Snake, who is a perfect clone of Big Boss.
Okay. And Big Boss Clone was president when
Was
Solid
president.
Snake infiltrated Shadow Moses.
Correct. Take a drink.
Why was he president?
Good question. Everyone is Big Boss, baby.
Everyone is Big Boss. Okay.
Okay, so. All right. Are you ready? So,
No.
Solidus. We might have to make this a part 2.
Solid is
already-
what?
We're already 4 hours in almost.
True.
Solidus. Okay, we're gonna get through this game, and then we might have to call it here, and then do like a part 2.
Understandable.
So, all right. Solidus essentially reveals that basically he starts calling himself Solid Snake, and then Iroquois pops out of nowhere and goes, "He's not the real Solid Snake," essentially revealing that Iroquois is Solid Snake. I'm gonna take a drink for an impression. And that he plans on using the mobile fortress to rebel against the Patriots. By the way, Ocelot shows up and kills the current president, President Johnson. He just pops in and goes, "Oops," and kills him.
For no reason?
The reason is to silence him from revealing too much, because at this moment, Ocelot is very clearly a agent for the Patriots.
But not a member.
No, just an agent.
Okay.
The Patriots are essentially the shadow government.
Well, yeah, but like they've
Yeah.
got people who are members, right?
Yes, there's
And they
12
want
members of the Patriots.
Things, right?
Yes. But yeah, Ocelot's just an agent. Anyways, so he kills the president. Raiden then goes to find a computer programmer named Emma Emmerich, who is the stepsister of Otacon, who was on the base. She created GW, the AI at the center of Arsenal Gear. She reveals,
Hold on. No.
yes,
So the step sister, so no
Yes.
actual relation
yes,
to Otacon, the
half-sister.
otaku pissy pants who made
half
like
sister.
wait, half sister or step sister?
Half sister.
Okay, because you said stepsister.
I meant half sister.
Okay.
Emma reveals that she's basically like she's like a young adult. I think she's like 18 or 19. She is a genius computer programmer, and she was called in by the Patriots to program GW for the Patriots. GW was created to control the new digital age of information. So the Patriots did not like that the digital age was happening, and they wanted to control all sources of information, but more importantly,
Yeah.
create context for that information. So GW was essentially created to basically be a massive censorship machine and control the flow of information that they want to be true or not true.
Okay.
Make sense?
So GW
Yes.
is Twitter.
Yes. So,
Okay.
correct. So Emma then reveals that the reason she took on this job and is working in Arsenal Gear is because she wanted to take revenge against her brother Hal, aka Otacon, for abandoning her and her mother for 10 years. Otacon then reveals that the reason that he abandoned them was because Otacon, from a very young age, we don't know exactly how old, was fucking his stepmom. And his dad found out. So his dad took Emma and tried to drown
All right.
the
No, just
both
hold
of
up.
them.
Hold up. Emma,
Yes.
half sister.
Yes. Half
Via which parent?
mother. Sorry, by father. By father. They're both related to
Okay.
their father.
They're both related to the father.
Yes.
Otacon fucked the mom, unrelated to both of them, or related to her?
Related to her, unrelated to him.
Okay, Otacon fucked her mom,
Yes.
and their dad was upset.
Yes.
Okay.
And he took him and her, she was very young at the time, and he threw them both into the pool, killing himself and almost killing her, giving her a lifelong fear of water.
Why did he try to kill her?
I don't know, man. Why does anyone do anything? He was upset.
Okay. Cool.
So he tried to kill them. She survived. He died. And Hal blames himself because at the time that he did not save her. She was actively drowning while he was fucking her mom. So he blames himself, and that's why he broke off all contact with both of them. And that's why she wanted revenge, and that's why she decided to work on. That's why she's working on GW for Arsenal Gear.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Emma then gives Raiden a virus to essentially destroy or at least disable DW, and then Vamp shows up and stabs the shit out of her, and then she dies.
Cool. Okay. Glad we introduced her.
Yeah, she almost immediately dies. Vamp killed her. He's a big weirdo about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a freak.
Michael Morbius. Gotcha.
Michael Morbius. But before she dies, she gives him a virus to fuck up GW.
Ah.
Before he can get to it, though, Raiden then encounters
Bindi?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He has a Bindi?
Wait, who?
The Vamp. Do
What's
one
a
photo
Bindi?
before this one. No, one photo before the one you... All right, photo 4. Is that a
What's
Bindi?
a Bindi?
It's a representation of a person's third eye.
No, he got shot in the head.
Oh!
He has regen.
Okay. Gotcha. No
He's-
Bindi.
he's got-
Understood.
No Bindi. No, he's got regen.
Okay.
So, fuck. Oh, goddamn. I'm struggling. I'm dying. Okay. Vamp kills Emma.
Yeah.
Raiden then makes his way further into into Arsenal Gear, which again is the oil platform called Big Shell. He then encounters Solidus Snake, who then reveals that Raiden was actually a child soldier that Solidus adopted during the Liberian Civil War. And Raiden was so bloodthirsty that they actually called him Jack the Ripper. Because his name is Jack. Raiden's real name is Jack. Raiden's real name is Jack.
The guy whose originally was called Solid Snake, but then became Raiden.
Yes.
Okay.
Who then claimed that
he was in the Libyan Civil War.
Liberia,
War that you said Big Boss was also in, right?
Maybe. No. Well, no.
No.
I think Big Boss was dead. I think Big Boss was dead at that point.
Okay.
Anyways. Solidus adopted Raiden essentially, but continued to force him to be a child soldier.
Yeah. As you do.
And then I forgot to introduce, there's another character called Rose. So you know how like Snake had a bunch of people running support for him?
Yeah.
Well, Raiden has people running support for him too, and it's like Colonel Campbell and a woman named Rose, who is Jack's girlfriend / fiance, and she's running medical for him as well. And
so she's his traitorous doctor lady.
Yeah, but she's not a traitorous.
Okay.
Anyways, Raiden has to come to terms with the fact that he's hiding the fact that he's, a child soldier. And then it's revealed that Rose actually is traitorous because she's been hired by the Patriots to spy on him.
So she was a traitorous doctor lady.
Yes.
But I said she was a traitorous doctor lady. You said, yeah, but she's not a traitorous doctor.
I wanted to surprise you. She is a traitorous doctor, and she's pregnant with Raiden's kid.
Wait, he fucked the traitorous doctor lady?
Yeah, they were in a relationship. And he fucked her, and now she's pregnant with his baby.
And Raiden has no genetic connection to the Solid Snake Big Boss.
Correct. He is completely unattached from that.
Okay.
So Rose tells Raiden that she was ordered by the Patriots to become his lover and spy on him, and that she's pregnant with his child, but she actually was in love with him.
Okay.
And then it turns out that the cyborg ninja is Olga.
Olga?
Olga, the Russian lady from the beginning of the game.
Wait, the daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
And she's there because the Patriots are holding her baby hostage.
Wait, wasn't she pregnant?
Yes.
When did she give birth?
She gave birth. It's been like almost a year.
Since when? Wait, it's been almost a year since she got knocked out by Snake?
Yes.
Okay.
She gave birth between then and now, and the baby is being held hostage by the Patriots.
Wait, didn't the ninja cyborg guy show up when Snake was on the tanker?
He's dead. No, he's dead. This is a new cyborg ninja. He's dead.
Because that was from a completely different game, because that was Gray Fox,
yes.
Right?
Yeah, that was Gray Fox, yes.
So the cyborg ninja didn't show up on the oil rig?
Yes. No. Okay.
No?
A cyborg ninja did show up on the oil rig. Raiden asked,
but that's different than either the Gray Fox cyborg ninja or the Olga cyborg ninja.
No, that's the same as Olga.
But didn't Snake knock out Olga?
Yes, and it turns out that Snake, before the tanker sunk, rescued Olga, and she owes his life to him and is working together with him as a double agent for the Patriots because they're holding her baby hostage and she hopes to rebel against them.
Okay, so he knocked her out. She came to put on her cyborg ninja outfit.
No.
On the oil rig.
She was knocked out. Snake rescued her.
Yeah.
And then gave her the cyborg ninja outfit a year later to help Raiden in this current operation to rebel against the Patriots, who developed an AI to control the source of information in a giant submersible weapon platform called Arsenal Gear, with an AI core called GW that stands for George Washington.
Okay.
Do I make myself clear?
No, but continue.
I'll continue. So.
Yeah?
Raiden, after getting confronted with the fact that Solid Snake is his adoptive dad, then gets captured after fighting Fortune.
So Raiden never noticed that his adopted dad ran and successfully became president.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Right? So then Ocelot basically reveals to Raiden, who's currently imprisoned and being tortured, that he is a Patriot agent, and this entire thing,
Yeah.
this whole incident,
Starting
was
from the
orchestrated.
oil rig or after the oil rig?
starting from the oil rig,
Okay.
was orchestrated by the Patriots to artificially replicate the ultimate perfect soldier by basically recreating the exact same incident as the Shadow Moses incident, because a lot of what has happened mirrors what happened there. So essentially, they were
Wait.
using this as a proof of concept to show that they could recreate Solid Snake
But
in this
isn't Big
environment.
Boss the ultimate soldier?
Yes.
But so why are they trying to recreate Solid Snake and not Big Boss?
Because Solid Snake rebelled, and they wanted to prove that they could just do it without needing to use Big Boss's DNA. So they created Raiden using VR simulations of the Shadow Moses' incident, and then created this entire event to prove that the simulations worked. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Ocelot then kills Fortune because she was actually rebelling against the Patriots. The whole Black Ops unit, Dark Cell, whatever they're called, they were there to rebel against the Patriots.
Uh-huh.
Ocelot reveals that he's actually a member of it, and that Fortune didn't actually have any mystical powers. She actually had a little power belt that deflected bullets, and Ocelot stole it and then kills her. Okay?
Okay, so not Sniper Wolf gets killed because he has her belt that gives power.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. It also is revealed that her father, that she thought that Snake killed, was the U.S. Navy man who was on the oil tanker that Ocelot killed when he got possessed by Liquid. Okay?
And at this point, they've already beaten the Underminer.
Yes, he's
So that
been long
just
dead.
leaves Michael Morbius and Dracula.
Michael, yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. Liquid then possesses Ocelot's body again using his right arm.
So after the first time,
Yes.
Ocelot just kept the arm.
Yes. And then he possessed him again, and Liquid possessing Ocelot's body reveals that he plans to hunt down and kill all the Patriots, using the knowledge that they will find inside of GW to find the real names and locations of the Patriot members, all 12 of them.
Okay.
Arsenal then crashes into Manhattan.
No.
Raiden fights
No. The underwater base
It was a big boat.
crashes into Manhattan?
Manhattan.
Not one of the outlying islands.
No, Manhattan.
It makes it past everything and hits Manhattan.
Yes.
Okay.
I got pee.
How are you doing, chat? Hey, Little Pink, you having fun? You and V seem to be having the most fun of anyone involved here. You are as clear as you're going to get, because Solid Snake is also Big Boss, right? He's the dominant genes, I believe. See, Raiden is just as good. How do we know Raiden is just as good? I told you it gets insane. There's a reason why Ocelot has a robotic arm in MSG5. I really think he would have gotten a different arm after the first time his arm tried to possess him. Personally. Listen, if I cut off a man's arm, and even once it tried to possess me, I'm done with that man's arm. That's not a good arm anymore. I need a different arm. An arm less likely to possess me. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm gonna say. Revengeance will go crazy. I don't think we're following. Is Revengeance the Raiden line? Because I think Richard said we're only looking at the Big Boss Solid Snake games. So I don't think we're going down the Revengeance line. First time is a fluke. It doesn't matter. If that happens once, I'm giving up on the arm. I'm giving up on that arm once.
You back.
Yeah, sorry, Ultima. We're not doing Revengeance.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah. So we be killing Michael Morbius.
Yeah. Okay. So, no, Michael Morbius is out of the plot from here on out. He is gone.
Wait, he's out of the... What?
He's gone. He leaves.
Why?
We'll get to that probably in the next stream.
Okay.
So,
So wait, everything he did was stab half
stabbed
sister
it
to
in-
death
yes,
and then leave?
pretty much.
Okay.
So, right, and then after it crashes in Manhattan, he ascends into the deepest part of Metal Gear and of Arsenal Gear, and then this whole time
Yeah.
the colonel's been talking to him, and so has his girlfriend,
Rose. Yeah.
They start
Titanic.
acting really fucking weird because it turns out that this whole time Raiden
Decoy
has not been
octopus.
taken- No, good guess though. No, this whole time Raiden has been taking orders from GW, the AI at the center of Arsenal Gear.
He fucked an AI?
He's been taking orders from the AI.
Okay.
So he gets to the center and he fucking fights like 30 Metal Gear Rays. Because remember, they are not equipped with nuclear armaments. They are
So are they Metal Gear if they don't
they are
have...
Metal Gears. But they are basically giant mechas that are meant to protect Arsenal Gear.
Okay.
And Raiden kills like a bunch of them using a rocket launcher.
One?
Okay? Like 30.
No, one rocket launcher?
One rocket launcher, yeah.
Okay.
So then I got back up. So at first they claim that Raiden is currently, you know how I said that he was basically being used as like a proof of concept for like training the next Ultimate Soldier?
Okay.
Well, that program was called the S3, which they claim at first was
Season
supposed to
3.
be Solid Snake sequence or something
3.
like that.
Okay.
And it's essentially supposed to train the Ultimate Soldier. Wrong. Turns out it's supposed to stand for social structure something. It's essentially supposed to brainwash the populace and prevent society's regression in the digital era by controlling the flow of information. They tell Raiden to kill Solidus in a cool ninja sword fight. And if they don't, they'll kill Olga's kid. By the way, Olga died earlier.
Yeah.
She died earlier helping Raiden fight the Metal Gear Rays. She's dead. Her baby is still being held hostage.
And now they're threatening Raiden with killing an unrelated baby.
Correct. They said they'll kill her and his girlfriend Rose.
Okay. And the girlfriend Rose. Okay.
So he kills Solidus, severing his spine. But in the process, they still ended up releasing Emma's worm cluster, and that destroys GW.
Okay.
Snake tells Raiden, hey, we're going to go rescue Olga's kid. You go into hiding.
Wait, Snake or Plinkett?
Snake and Pliskin are the same person.
Okay, but does Raiden know that?
Yes, he has long since this point revealed that he is Solid Snake.
Okay.
He tells Raiden, "Hey, we're gonna go rescue Olga's kid. You go into hiding. We're gonna deal with the Patriots." Right?
Okay.
Raiden reunites with Rose. They affirm their love for each other. He comes to terms with his existence as a child soldier, and they go into hiding.
Uh-huh.
Snake and Otacon recover the names of the Patriots from GW, as well as the location of Olga's kids. But it turns out that every single member of the oh fuck! Is that the first time it turns out? It turns out that all of the Patriots died 100 years ago.
So who is running it?
And that's where the second game ends. Finish your drink.
Okay.
So all 12 members of the Patriots are dead. And they have been for 100 years.
Okay.
We'll cover that in next stream when we enter Metal Gear Solid 3. Yes, Pink! Yes! That is why 3 is a prequel! Because I'll give you a spoiler, the Patriots are the philosophers!
Who are the fuck are the philosophers? Alright. So I assume that's all you got in you for today, Richard?
It's been 3 hours of drinking. That's where I have to call it. I'm dead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have made you go this long, my guy.
No. This was a lot of fun. How are you holding up? Because I'm dead.
Listen, I gave up on actually trying to understand things like an hour ago, I think. I guess I don't understand. Listen, to be fair, I got fully recoverably confused on why they were obsessed with these Metal Gear platforms. But I'm like, can't you just put a nuke on a stealth bomber? Like, no. These ones, they can walk.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Lil Pink. I hope this was actually entertaining because a lot of this was me bullshitting out of the butthole.
Well, thank you, each and every one of you, for coming and hanging out today. This was Richard's attempt to explain the lore of Metal Gear to me in the form of a drinking game, and we are fucking gone. Richard, do you have your score recorded at all? Because I ended at 34 drink count.
Yeah, so I drank 4 screwdrivers, each with 2 shots of 80% proof vodka in it.
I'm at 2.5 sojus. And a soju is
25%.
Nope, that's wrong. 1 second. 13%.
Baby shit.
Hey, this is more beer.
Yeah, it's more beer. It's true.
So I'm 2.5 sojus in after 1 attempt to get through this game.
Fuck.
Ray seems like a pile of junk, though. Yeah, Ray don't even got nukes on it. What the fuck? Why would you make Ray?
I want to acknowledge that V pointed out the correct term for S3, which is selection for social sanity, which again, GW was developed by the Patriots to censor information. Metal Gear seems like okay, but Ray as a pile of trash and Arsenal was very bad as a stealth platform. And especially after like the first thing they do with it is crash it into New York City. Ray was essentially math-produced garbage mecha to defend Arsenal Gear. So the idea is that Arsenal Gear is supposed to be the house of this massive AI that'll control all information in the US, the world. And the Metal Gear
Ooh.
Rays are amphibious mecha that are essentially supposed to protect this mobile platform instead of a gun.
Yay. Well,
Is there anything you need clarified at this time, Eric?
all right, give me a second. Is Gray Fox actually dead?
Gray Fox is fully dead. He died in Metal Gear Solid 1, helping Snake defeat Liquid.
Okay. Everything seems to be based off of Big Boss's DNA.
Yeah. Everything basically circles around Big Boss.
Why does no one give a shit that Psycho Mantis literally has mind control powers?
He's not hot.
Okay, but why does
I wouldn't wanna
nobody
fuck him.
give a shit about telekinetic and telepathic powers?
You little piss baby.
All right, understood. Why
Yeah.
did Snake disguise himself as Officer Plinkett?
So Snake was disguising himself as Navy SEAL Iroquois Pliskin because Solid Snake at the time was supposed to be dead. Remember, he was supposed to have died when the oil tanker sank at the beginning of the game. They had a body. It turns out I don't have a drink to drink. That body was Liquid's body, missing his arm.
Okay.
Snake and Otacon deliberately ditched Liquid's body in the harbor of New York to make it look like Snake died.
Do souls exist in the Metal Gear universe?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Yes, they do. But if you're wondering if that relates to Ocelot being possessed by Liquid, we'll get to that.
All right. Does that relate to like micro nanobot viruses?
No.
No. Okay.
No, they
Okay.
don't imply that Liquid is possessing Ocelot's body because of the nanomachines at all. It is purely just, oh yeah, I'm in the arm, homie, and now I'm in you.
Nanobots do what the plot demands. All right. Well,
No, I maintain, Pink. At no point did they imply it's because of the nanobots. They just imply that Liquid is so pissy that his arm is enough to possess Ocelot.
well, I guess there's nothing else I can get in it. How about this? Why was Michael Morbius the only member of this group that just fucked off instead of dying?
We don't know. He just exits the story and nobody knows why. He just
Okay.
leaves. He just leaves, and we'll see him again in Metal Gear 4.
Gotcha. Well, then I guess my only question is, do you have anything you want to say to my chat, Richard?
Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. Yeah, he got bored.
You got bored.
I genuinely want to know, was this actually entertaining or was this bad? Because I always thought that this would be a fun thing to do, and there's a very select few people I trust to do this thing with, and Eric is on that list because I want somebody who can like get fucked with me, but also improv with me. Because this was super fun. Okay, thank you, Little Pink.
Well, I
Thank
will
you.
say distinctly, I had about half my average audience today, but it's also not one of my usual streaming days, so it's hard to mark up what's causing what, you know?
Sure.
Oh yeah, Richard, you watched my latest finished up Phase 3 edit today, right? This morning, I think?
Yes, I did.
What did you think? What do you think of the Breath Edge shorts we've got coming out?
Oh yeah, it's also Father's Day today. Yeah, thanks, Ultima. It
Mhm.
looks good. I'm excited.
You're excited? Oh my
I'm
god, have
excited.
you seen my latest short, how it's doing?
No, let me look.
Oh my god. I don't know if you should. But you're
Oh,
free
wow.
to, but holy crap, is it doing absolutely god awful. Remember, you are window sharing as well, just to give you a heads
It's
up.
fine. I don't got nothing to hide.
Okay.
Oops, I'm accidentally
Hey,
full
that's
screen.
me! Right there in the middle.
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
How many of y'all were able to catch the Primordial Empire stream? I thought that was a pretty good game demo to show off to you guys.
Shorts. Oh no!
It has been fully not put into the algorithm.
I'm gonna give it another view and a thumbs up.
Doesn't matter. Won't cause it to trigger. I don't know what it was specifically, but definitely something in that video was just, we're not showing this one. Anytime I have
man.
any short that doesn't crack 100, I'm like, YouTube has censored this one. Which is funny, because didn't you say the worst pickup line was censored from your workplace?
It was, yeah. I was surprised it did as well as it did.
It's been my best fucking short, honestly.
It's so weird. I don't know. This is like my job, and I'm not good at it, apparently.
If I had to guess, it was possibly the word flirt, which is interesting because my other video literally contains the words kill yourself.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was convinced that the kill yourself ones were gonna do absolutely god awful.
But both the Canadian doctors, where the whole joke is about Canada having assisted suicide, and the worst pickup line, which is about you want to learn how to tie a noose, have been two of my top most viewed shorts. And the how to be an accidental flirt got fucking censored on site.
I agree with Lil Pink. I don't know how this one isn't doing numbers. Oh, fuck.
What?
It's really hitting me now.
Oh, no. All right. I'm going to let you go so you can take care of yourself. Get your girl to take care of you. Ask her to give you a back rub.
The worst part is I gotta go walk the dog again now.
Oh, no. Right, you're fully alone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Anyone coming home today?
Yeah, they're gonna be back. They're gonna be back. They're actually probably gonna be here in like 20 minutes.
Is it 8 for you?
Yeah,
it's 8 for me.
It's 8 for me too. They're gonna be back soon. I just gotta go walk the dog again. I'll be fine.
All right.
I'll just avoid the road.
Okay, Richard. Then I'm gonna head off and say goodnight to everybody. Is there any last things you want to say to my chat before we head on off?
I genuinely want to thank everybody here for joining us today because this was something stupid that I really thought would just. I'll be honest. I didn't do this because I thought it would be good content. I did it because I wanted to get drunk with my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And talk about Metal Gear because I don't have anyone else to talk about it with. So I want to thank everyone here for joining us today, and I can't wait to see the shorts that Eric makes out of this.
We'll see. I've got at least 3 streams between my most recent filter and get to this, so we'll definitely see how things work out. But
I also want to say that I think you all are genuinely wholesome people, and thank you for taking care of my friend. You are all great people. I love you all.
All right. Good night, Richard. Take care of yourself and take your dog out, man. Let that thing go piss.
I'm gonna go piss. All right. And the dog will piss. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night, Richard. All right, everybody. How are y'all doing? Author 4 drinks in, so I'm definitely gonna be calling it a night. And I'm terribly sorry, y'all. You're below my usual milestone of at least 10 viewers before I send you guys off on a raid. So tonight's going to be one of those quietly log-off nights. I hope y'all had fun watching me and Richard trying to get through the Metal Gear fucking lore. Particularly me absolutely losing my mind. But we are now at 4 nights in a row of streams going through. So I'll probably see if I can't get something up and running for you guys Monday. Most likely, I'll look at trying to get the altars going. I do have a thumbnail ready for my next Breath Edge and my next the altar stream. Do I have anything ready for the Deep Rock Galactic Survivor yet? Because I still have a lot of progress I could go before we could even try for an achievement on those. But as soon as I'm ready to go for trying to get more achievements in that game, I'll make sure to give you guys another stream on that. So for now, I want to wish you all a good evening, a good night, a good rest of your weekends. I love each and every one of you. And we'll see if we can't get you guys some streams, some shorts, some every little bit of content type as soon as possible. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go out and try to walk out a bit of this drunkenness so that I can have a good night's sleep in a few hours. Remember, I love each and every one of you, and I hope to see you again just as soon as possible. So good night. Let's fucking have a good Sunday night, girls. All right. Bye-bye.